Good morning, colleagues. May we get back to our seats so we can move. I'm not seeing Kelton. Ah, okay. Oh, you are in Makra today. I trust we had restful sleep, correct? I'm sure the assignment did not disturb our sleep. Yeah? It did. I thought that must have created an more enjoyable sleep. So today I'm seeing some people have laptops, so I know where presenters are seated. That's beautiful. Okay, so very quickly, somebody wants to take us into the day with a prayer. Somebody wants to take us into the day with a prayer. Jairus Lud. Oh, Pastor Jairus, you have the mic there. Jairus, please go ahead.
Tiyamike oyera okhulupirika odalirika inu mulungu wamphamvu amene Yehova mphamvu zanu zimaposa china chilichonse chimene maso makutu athu ngakhale manja athu sangachikhuze. Mulemekezeke mutamandike chifukwa cha tsiku lopambana ndi tsiku lokongola limene mwatipatsa lero. Mulungu Yehova, this is a big challenge to us. Koma tikudziwa with you tidusa ndipo tikwanirisa. Tikuliyamba tsiku lindi inu chiliyonse chimene chachitika muno, koma Yehova chikakhale chokhala chomwe atikonzera. Chitani kuyambirira mpaka kumapeto kwa zochitika zathu. Mu dzina lopatulika la Yesu Khristu Yehova mulungu wamphamvu tapemphera izi. Amen.
Amen. So Jairus, where are you coming from? Which station?
I'm from Limbi.
Limbi. Hey, kuli osi ujaya. So what was our first presentation yesterday, Jairus? What was our first session yesterday? And what was your key message from the first session? Okay, let me simplify it. What was the key message you got from the IG?
I think the first thing that I caught from him is that she said that I mean when the PLR president was asking her to at least make sure that our department as public relations and police, we must have at least a position of commissioner. So the first message I caught from from her is that she said that no matter even the rank is a bit small, but still more, our leader, who is our officer in charge of public relations and police, is part of the management. I think that's what I caught from her.
Okay. What else? What did you get from the IG yesterday? From the IG, apart from the fact that the head of PR has access anytime to the IG, what else did you get from the IG? Yes, don't worry, you're just coming in, that doesn't matter. The IG was not speaking today. IG did not speak today. She spoke yesterday. She was seated there. What did you get from the IG yesterday? You're forgotten. What is our rank? What did you get from the IG yesterday? Where are you from? Mike. Southwest Kodi Imaloera Zalunzu is it? Oh, Varijoniva. Pa Jiji. Okay. So your next to Commissioner Luhanga's office. What did you get from the IG yesterday?
We should work hand in hand with the nation and our audience, like the community.
We should work hand in hand with our audiences, our communities. The community will save, correct?
Yeah.
Nsanje. Where is Nsanje? Yes. Marakaija. What did you get from the president of the PR Society of Malawi yesterday? What message did you get from him? You know, he was towering, he's so tall, so he was towering, he was standing there. What message did you get from him? Nsanje. What is Sanje Baja Osi Baranda? DC Mamzi, what was your we done with what yoga? You might have a bit of court. Okay? What message did you get from the PR Society president yesterday? What's in microphone, madam? Sanjeria Jogaya Kapagona Anova. Kasi Bajamana go on Sazangaro. You know, he's still enjoying marriage, or what Rajampano. Chap, or Kamafika 10 years, remember the marriage. Anyway. Oh, Jamatroom. My experience. So, what did you get from the PR Society president yesterday? Or you are also, yeah? Who wants to help PR president? What was the key message?
He said that the workshop was being designed to impart us, the PLOs, with knowledge on how to do our work. Therefore, he encouraged us to be more attention to whatever will be discussed, or to be more attentive with the presentations.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And encouraged each one of us to be members of the PR Society. The PR Society, Society, muta kujoin ngati chiguru, komanso muta kujoin ngati individuals. Yeah? Chiguru ndekuti to require senior support, okay? Komano individuals, it is very important to belong. If you don't belong, you don't belong. What was the key message from the chairperson of the Macra board yesterday? Any message that we kept from the Macra board chair yesterday? Chirazulu, where is Chirazulu? Yeah. TA Eugene. What is Toro and good? Store and Toro. One message that you got from the PR, the Macra chairperson, Dr. Kaira. Okay, I'll come to you. Yes. No, sir, I am Bandia. Chief, you had the hand up.
He said that Macra is working hand in hand with the police to establish a digital forensic laboratory in the near future.
Okay, what else did we hear from Dr. Kaira? Okay, there's a hand up. Let me start with that one.
He also said about our service, Malawi Police Service. Our work is more visible than other institutions.
And that makes your PR job very difficult.
Exactly, Asha.
Huh? Because you are too visible. It makes your, teachers, whether we like it or not, are more respectable than all of us. So their job, we make very visible. Sanga mangidu ataki kwa mbili. Even akafuna panga strike everybody amamvera chisone chifale sama kumbukira akomandalo waso nkalasi. Yeah? And that makes your job very difficult. You had a hand up.
Yeah, just to add on that, since our job is very visible, and he warned the Inspector General by telling her that most of the journalists, they are always looking to our errors, not our
Positives.
positives. Yes.
What did that say about your jobs, your offices, when he said that? Sumaili, what did that tell you?
It's about being proactive in terms of disseminating information in this era whereby misinformation and disinformation is at peak.
Are we together? All it was telling us, he was speaking to the IG, but what he was telling us was, your PRs are not working here. Huh? Your PRs are not working here. What we are seeing are the negatives only, instead of creating that positive image. And there is so much positivity that's happening within the service. You remember, after Minister of Education and Health, it is the largest employer in government. Okay? All right? I think what watanya mata tingono. Tubabezeka miseo mu traffic. Kakasoka kozo gira onyoraka. We need also to communicate why that. Because it has created its own perception as well. Eh? Do you know what most people are saying when they see those youngsters? Are you getting my point? I'm speaking as a citizen, not as a communications, whatever nonsense. So that's the perception. So when you ask, you should also be, when you are in there, you should be in the shoes of this person who policy, and say, okay, what would this one think? Then create a message for this one. Okay? All right, so we had kept one presentation yesterday from the program as it was said yesterday. So Mr. Kelton Masangano is going to take us through, you remember, what was the name again? Barnett took us into a litany of things, but one thing that he mentioned was that the fact that there are so many departments at MACRA. So one of the departments is broadcasting. So Kelton is going to take us into the essence of that particular department. Kelton.
Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you, Wisdom. This was a presentation that was supposed to be done yesterday, but we agreed that it should be done today because yesterday the program was a bit cramped. So we just wanted to free up the program for yesterday so that the presentation can be made today. Good morning to you all. My name is Keton Masangano. I work at MACRA as Deputy Director of Broadcasting. So I'm going to present a presentation on broadcasting. Yeah, so my order of presentation, I'll give you the overview of the Directorate of Broadcasting, our core mandates and the duties for the Directorate, the activities that we are doing currently, the challenges that we are facing, our future plans, and I'll also touch on broadcasting as related to national security. You are security people, and it is imperative that I should mention about broadcasting the way it relates to national security. Yeah, in terms of the overview of the Directorate, as Mr. Namacha yesterday said, at MACRA we've got the core departments: Postal Department, Broadcasting, Telecommunications, and Spectrum Management. So broadcasting is also one of the core departments for MACRA. The function for broadcasting is to regulate and promote the broadcasting industry in Malawi. So our regulation is done by licensing. We give out licenses to applicants, broadcasting applicants. We also monitor. If we give out the license, we monitor compliance of the license, and we also enforce rules and the regulations of the broadcasting license. We also handle complaints from consumers, listeners, towards broadcasters, and also within the broadcasters themselves. So complaints within broadcasters themselves can be that one broadcaster is also interfering with a frequency of another broadcaster, so we receive those complaints and we handle them. And we are also responsible for the development of the broadcasting industry, and hence we conduct capacity building training for broadcasters. Recently we conducted training on content development. Last year we conducted training on the ethics, broadcasting ethics, and professional conduct, as well as how broadcasters can perform in terms of engineering, broadcasting engineering, and technical capacity. So where do we draw our mandate from? Because sometimes and how many would say a radio station no, we draw our mandate from the Communications Act, Section 97 to 107 of the Communications Act. So the mandate is that the Directorate should regulate and promote the broadcasting industry in Malawi. And in the Communications Act, there is a second schedule of the Communications Act which provide details on how content services can be regulated. So second schedule of the Communications Act is what we call do's and don'ts of a broadcaster. There is an outline there on how a broadcaster can conduct themselves. So our duty is also to formulate and implement broadcasting regulations. Currently, we've drafted broadcasting regulations, and they are in draft form. They will be sent to the Ministry of Information. The Ministry of Information will send them to the Ministry of Justice, and they will be gazetted, hopefully this year, August. We also process and analyze television and radio frequency licenses. We receive applications from eligible applicants for a broadcasting license, and we process it, we analyze it. If it's successful, then they are issued with a broadcasting license. We also monitor compliance with license terms and conditions and with the code of conduct as prescribed in the Communications Act. Suffice to say that we've got a machine at our headquarters that monitors content. So we monitor content throughout the whole day, 24/7. It's automatic. It monitors automatically. When we want to retrieve, we just punch in, let's say, Police FM, and all the content from Police FM would be retrieved so that we can analyze that content. We are also in the process of procuring another machine, because the machine was bought around 2010. So most of the functions are not functioning, but we hope that with the procurement of the new machine, we'll monitor all broadcasting stations, even those that are in remote areas. We also handle cases of non-compliance of license obligations and complaints. So, for example, if somebody complains to MACRA that Radio X has flouted its license conditions, we'll summon that radio station and hear their side of the story. If they are in the wrong, then we punish them. If they are not in the wrong, then we don't punish them. Some of the punishments include a fine, a retraction, or if the worst comes to the worst, suspension from broadcasting for 30 days. And the last punishment, the last resort, is revocation of a license. But we've never reached that extent. We also determine broadcasting license fees. We determine quality of service and the policy standards. In terms of quality of service, we conduct what we call technical annual audits, where we visit broadcasters to see if they are complying with license conditions and technical standards. So let's say visit the Police FM to see if the tower is 50 meters high, to see if you've got acoustics, soundproof in your studios, to see if your equipment is up to standard, to see if you've got editorial policy. So all those are contained in the determination of quality of service. We also initiate the development of broadcast industry. For example, capacity building, that much I've already talked about it. And we also research on new trends and technology in the content industry and devise ways of how to regulate them. For example, new media. There's been a new phenomenon of new media which is not regulated. It's not in the Communications Act. For example, the, WhatsApp, Facebook, live streaming, all those are not in the Communications Act. So we are finding ways on how we can incorporate them, on how they can come into our regulatory fold. So in terms of linkages to strategic documents, we've got what we call Malawi Digital Economy Strategy. And in the Malawi Digital Economy Strategy, broadcasting falls under priority area number 9, where it has been tasked with a responsibility to ensure that broadcasting services should reach 90% of the nation geographically and 95% of the population. On that one, we are trying so hard so that the broadcasting should reach about 90% of the nation, because there are some areas, blind spots, where broadcasting is not accessed. For example, if you go the stretch of Salima to Nkhotakota, you want tune in to any radio station. If you tune into a radio station, it will be intermittent. You tune into one radio station, then after maybe 5 kilometers, it goes off, then you pick on to another radio station. So we want to have 90% of the nation covered by broadcasting. This will be achieved by a project under MACRA. My friend will come, Mr. Kasambara will come and explain about it. It's called Universal Service Fund. So under Universal Service Fund, we'll buy transmitters and cover all the blind spots. It's like a fund where operators will apply to go and cover those blind spots, and they will be subsidized by the fund. We have also been tasked to strengthen local content enhancement and enhancement of skills development and inclusive of local content production. I would say that in the broadcasting license, there is a requirement that a broadcaster should broadcast 60% local content and 40% foreign content. But we did a research and we found out that most broadcasters are broadcasting more foreign content than local content. So as a matter of intervention, MACRA started a project whereby we engaged with schools of higher learning like MUBAS and UNIMA, and would want to establish local content production studios in those schools, so that content producers, even students, can learn skills on how to produce local content. So we hope that those students or content producers can feed on local content to our broadcasters. So in terms of Vision 2063, we are saying it's youth-centric, therefore digital services must be incorporated in all plans and pillars of implementation. And the population of all these initiatives depend on media, and given the nature of Malawi radio, it remains a key partner. So in terms of strategic plan for MACRA, this is under strategic perspective. Number 1, ICT and innovation. And we plans to ensure that there is an increase in broadcasting network coverage, which is currently at 30%. But the target, because our strategic plan is for 5 years, our target is that we reach at least 65% by the end of 5 years. So in terms of local content, I've already explained the 60-40 ratio. The target now is 45-55. In terms of content studio project, it's also in our strategy plan. We'd like to construct or refurbish and donate equipment to schools of higher learning. We've already donated to MUBAS. I think that was last week. And this year, we also donated to UNIMA. So in terms of broadcasting and national security, we are saying broadcasting can be used to enhance national security. I'm glad that now police have got their own radio station, and we think police radio can be used to sensitize the public on laws and the need to abide by them. Yesterday, Mr. Wisdom was asking you, I think, to mention one of the challenges that you are facing in your area, and you were saying, you are suggesting that probably there was there were so many challenges in your area. I think one of you mentioned about was it land encroachment? So police radio can also be used to sensitize people about land encroachment and to sensitize people about all the laws and the need to abide by them. Police radio can also be used to improve road safety through sensitization of traffic regulations It seems nowadays people are reckless on the roads. They don't know the road signs. You can sensitize people through police radio on the traffic safety. And also, one of your mission is to protect lives. So police radio can also be used to prevent natural disasters. For example, you can sensitize people of Nsanje or Chikwawa to move to highlands to prevent natural disasters. In such a way, you are preserving lives of people. So in terms of current activities and projects, we are establishing content studios for MUBAS and UNIMA. We are procurement of new broadcasting monitoring system. We also would like to regulate new media, the OTT, we call it over the top. So WhatsApp, Facebook, TikTok, they are called over the top technologies. We are conducting training workshops on content production. And our achievements so far, we've licensed over 90 broadcasters, including police radio, which has been recently licensed. We are drafting broadcasting regulations. I told you that in the final stages. After this, they will be sent to the Ministry of Information, and from the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Justice, and they will be gazetted soon. There's been a reduction of illegal broadcasting because previously, 10 years ago, we had a challenge in terms of people forming radio stations without license from MACRA, which is illegal. Broadcasting without a license is illegal. So if you find anybody in your area broadcasting without a license, it's illegal, and it's punishable by 10 million kwacha and 5 years imprisonment. So there is no option for a fine. You will be arrested for 10 years. You'll be arrested for 5 years, and you also pay a fine of 10 million kwacha. So currently, we've managed to reduce illegal broadcasting. The level of illegal broadcasting is not as it was around 10 years ago, because 10 years ago, people would just set up a radio station. Maybe they didn't know that there is MACRA that licenses broadcasters. They would just set up a radio station and start broadcasting. The dangers of illegal broadcasting is that they use frequencies which are not approved by MACRA, and frequencies, spectrum, can be used by a lot of people. For example, the civil aviation, they also use the spectrum. So if somebody sets up an illegal broadcasting station, it can interfere with the aviation spectrum, and it can cause plane accidents. So when somebody comes to MACRA, we issue out an approved spectrum or license that can be used for radio. The disadvantage with an illegal broadcast is that he or she will use any spectrum without regard to whether it's for aviation, whether it's for the Roger that you use. So it will interfere with planes. It can interfere with your radio communication. That is why it is a crime to be an illegal broadcaster. We're also providing various training programs to broadcasters for example, content production, ethics, elections, and we also had COVID reporting during the time when COVID was rampant in Malawi. In terms of challenges, as I've told you, there's an emergence of new technologies, the OTT, over the top, new media, which is not stipulated in the Communications Act, and we can't regulate it. So people would abuse the new media, the Facebook, but we can't regret it. They will use TikTok for broadcasting, they will use WhatsApp for broadcasting, but we cannot regret it. So that's a big challenge. And there is lack of growth in the sector, despite popularity of the sector. The broadcasting sector is not growing. There is dwindling in advertising revenue because people can't use radio stations anymore. They will go on Facebook and advertise their merchandise. They will go on TikTok and advertise their merchandise. So broadcasting revenue as regards to radio and TV is dwindling. So we also have a challenge on unpaid fees, license fees and spectrum fees. And illegal broadcasting, of course, it's a challenge, but not a challenge as it was 10 years ago. We also lack of robust and efficient monitoring system affecting compliance. I told you that the machine that we are currently using, some of the applications are not working because it was bought long time ago. So currently we lack a robust and efficient monitoring system, but we are procuring a new one, a new machine, and we hope that monitoring will be robust if we buy that machine. The television industry is shrinking, viewership has gone down. Kids nowadays don't watch TVs, they are busy on Facebook, they are busy on WhatsApp, so viewership of television has gone down. And we've got also one challenge in terms of congested band plan. Currently we can't issue frequencies anymore. You heard the Inspector General saying that the police FM has only one frequency in the north. They don't have frequencies in the central as well as in the south. It's because the band plan is congested. And we are trying to reorganize the band plan so that we can free up some frequencies and give out to the new applicants. There is poor signal distribution in terms of TV. Our signal distributor, the Malawi Digital Broadcasting Network, it seems that they are not doing a good job. There are lots of blind spots. Sometimes they run out of fuel in their transmitters, maybe for 1 week, and people can't watch TV. The costs of connectivity are also high. So in terms of our future plans, I would like to monitor broadcasters whose coverage do not reach Blantyre, because currently, because of the Forte machine, we are only monitoring broadcasters that are in Blantyre. But with that new machine, we'll monitor broadcasters all over the country. We would like to completely switch off TV analog transmission. I think that was already done. Currently, there is no broadcaster that is broadcasting in analog transmission. We would like to regulate new media. Plans are underway to regulate new media. And we would also like to establish regional monitoring offices in the northern region and eastern regions, and establish content studios in selected learning institutions. We would like to introduce tailor-made training programs for broadcasters, and would like to intensify enforcement through regular auditing of broadcasters. Yeah, a solution to the congested band plan is that we would like to digitize sound radio broadcasting. So if we digitize sound radio broadcasting, then we'll have so many radio stations on the board. We would like to draft and implement various guidelines for content, live broadcasting, and coverage expansion. So that's the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions, comments, suggestions, opinions. Thank you.
people are thinking of a question. Why was the broadcasting department established at MACRA?
To regulate the broadcasters and also yes, to regulate the broadcasters.
Regulate the broadcasting industry. Where do we, what's the space of policing within the broadcasting directorate at MACRA? What's the space of policing within the broadcasting regulation at MACRA?
I think it's enforcement of the law.
Or which part? What are the likely offenses?
Where somebody has broken the broadcasting laws, the MACRA can consult police so that they work together in the enforcement of that law.
How would broadcasters break laws that would require police?
Maybe an example that broadcasters can be in breach of the law is maybe by broadcasting content that would be more like pornographic or also that will not be suitable for children, so to say. So that's why they say if you have a complaint, I can put it in that way.
Okay. What else? Yes. There's a mic there. Thank you.
If the broadcaster is broadcasting without license, it's when MACRA intervene and meet with police so that that particular broadcasting station might face the law.
Okay. And where do we place PR, police PR function in the broadcasting function of MACRA? Sumail.
Broadcasting and national security.
Broadcasting and national security. According to Rwanda, manager. Yeah? Genocide. Some stupid broadcaster just goes on air and begins broadcasting stuff that angers this tribe against this, so pitting this tribe against this tribe, and so on and so forth. Any questions to Kelton? Yes, please.
I listened to his presentation very well. Now my question to Keton is, as a directorate in the MACRA, as a regulator, how are you handling the issue of our colleagues, these TV guys, DSTV, there's Zuku, because I hear outside there, Malawians are complaining about the fees that the DSTV guys are charging. I don't know how will MACRA come in to assist Malawians on these guys. Second question is, he was talking about future plans, but I've not even heard any plans, because as a country, right now there are a lot of issues that we are missing. Internationally, in the area of telecommunications, especially when it comes to development of satellites. I've never heard, as a country, Malawi, having plans maybe to develop, where we can come to a point where we can develop our own satellite so that we access the international market in the telecommunication industry. I know our colleagues in Africa, like Nigeria, they have their own satellite, and when it comes to access to telecommunication industry, in Nigeria is very cheap. Subscribers, they're enjoying very well, but here in Malawi, we even try to, complain. Watching a simple World Cup, it's a hassle in Malawi. I don't know where will Makla assist the nation.
Of course, Wachurasama department are we, eh? Jabwin. Okay. For telecommunication is a different department.
No, Makra is getting hold of all those departments, I hope so.
Okay, so those were 2 questions. You want to get 3 at least?
Okay, my question was, I mean, based on what he said, that as police, we are working hand in hand with the Makla whenever we have issues in our policing areas. What I wanted to know is that, according to some radios, we find out that sometimes, of course, it's odd hours, but they are broadcasting some programs which are not necessary, more especially to underage. Yeah, so it might be happen that maybe the program is broadcasting, I mean, it's broadcasted around 12 midnight, but during, I mean, because of the technology, people are able to record those programs, and then you can hear somebody under the age of 18 listen to those programs, though it's a recorded one. So about the Makra, what exactly are you doing? Is it that maybe those programs are only allowed to be broadcasted around those hours, but in contrary, you find out that during the day people are having those programs? And
broadcasting, I mean, content and timing, foreign channels, DSTV and the like, no, foreign providers, Zoku, they're about the Times and the like, not Times Group. There is also Times of China. And then, of course, there was the issue of, what was that, the other issue? You got all the 3, right?
Satellite.
Satellites, yes.
Let me just give an example on what he was saying. I don't know which radio is this, but there's a program which I really don't like. There's people talk about Zakuchipinda, Chani.
At what hour?
And how can I get this on Pali radio station and TV? Yeah.
Oh,
Digital guys.
Nkani ndiona kuti akupapanga zakuchipinda zokhala usiku komano masiku ndi technology mapezekaso kuti
akuyankhula kwambiri
akumapeza kuti akumapangaso zimene zidownload masiyaso pa Facebook za usiku mapezekaso
akapaza mibawa
sina chule fesife mboni
ife bajatu tukamba PR truth. Kelton.
Yes. Yeah, good questions. 3 of them, good questions. 4, yeah. The other one I think was a comment. Yeah, but basically 3 questions. First one was, how as a regulator are you handling DSTV, Zuku on tariffs, prices that they charge?
Including charging in dollars, hiding behind the kwacha.
In dollars, yeah. As Makra, their license, we call them DTH, direct to home licenses. They contain conditions whereby if they want to raise their prices, they're supposed to inform Makra. So on that one, I think they have to inform Makra when they want to raise the prices. We have a case whereby Choice raised their prices without informing Makra, and they were summoned. I won't say much on that one, but they've been punished. So, yeah, Makra takes care of consumers because we embedded a condition in the license that whenever they want to raise prices, they have to inform Makra with valid reasons. On international, on satellites, yeah, I think in November, around 9 to 11, we had a conference, a satellite conference in Malawi, the first ever in Malawi, whereby we invited experts from outside the country, where they spoke about how Malawi can launch satellite program in Malawi, and the conference was a success. All I would say is that the formation of satellite agency in Malawi is in its formative stages. So we've started. It's a long journey, but hopefully we'll reach there. In terms of some radios broadcasting adult content during the wee hours, I should say that the regulations, the broadcasting regulations that I was talking about, has a clause whereby a broadcaster is allowed to broadcast adult content that is between 11:30 p.m. to about 4:30. But what we've observed is that the broadcasters are abusing this because adult content doesn't mean that they should be explicit. Majira kuchura zeni zakuchipinda. So what we are thinking is that maybe we should review the broadcasting regulations so that we can remove that clause and we remain with the conditions in the very explicit on that. It says that any explicit content is forbidden on a radio station. But yeah, I think our way forward is that we are just discussing amongst ourselves that probably we should remove that watershed clause so that we should remain with the clauses in the Communications Act that forbid explicit content. Thank you.
Do we have other laws in Malawi aside of the of the Communications Act that the police can assist in ensuring that that is kept on bay while MACRA is reviewing the regulations? Do we have other laws?
Yes.
PROs must know the laws.
Yes.
Yes, which one?
We have the Child Care Protection and Justice Act.
Okay, Child Care and Protection Act. Okay, what else? There is one more. Censorship. Okay? So while MACRA is doing, it will happen in a different way. Full stop. Any other further questions to Kelton? 1, 2.
My question is on broadcasting content. In other countries like South Africa and Nigeria, they are forced like 80% of the content that they broadcast is on their own content. The other ones are from the other countries. But then, as he quoted, he said here in Malawi, the broadcasting content before it was 40 to 60 ratio. And then now they have decreased to 55 to 45. Maybe aren't we killing the other broadcasters here in Malawi? Because if we be broadcasting much on other foreign content, aren't we killing revenue also in other part?
Okay. Is South Africa, Nigeria, and the like, and there was another hand here, right?
Speaking as a public relations officer, our duty not sometimes, but requires in the broadcasting sector. Now, coming to the issue of revocation of licenses, it is a concern to us as publicists, because more especially broadcasters who are in the rural setups, like the community radio stations, which we often use if you want to relay our message to the publics. Now, what are you actually doing from this point of view to say that these people, yes, they have got these issues, but concerning the impact they have to the community in addressing or relaying the messages to the communities, what are you actually doing to help this? Because to me, I take it is somehow is a threat to access to information, and on our part as communicators, as public relations officers, it's a barrier to communication because we often rely on these people, community radio stations, especially. That's what I'm talking about.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Ndirande.
Ah, okay, so Ndirande FM. At what point are licenses revoked and why is that necessary? And then, but then it is creating a barrier, he says. And then there was another question from that corner. Kelton.
Yeah, good questions as well. On broadcasting content, South Africa 80% local, 20% foreign, as well as is it Nigeria 80% local, 20% foreign, but here in Malawi 60-40, and in the strategy plan we are saying is 55-45. Okay, strategy plan, our strategy plan is for 5 years. So, but in the license, it's 60% local content, 40% foreign. You can see that our broadcasting sector, our broadcasting industry is not much advanced as that of South Africa. South Africa, it's much advanced that they can collect local content within local. They've got so much resources, equipment is there, the talent is there. That's why maybe 80% is attainable. But here, 60%, I think, is something that can be attainable within the resources that we have. When our broadcasting to 80%, because as MACRA we really need to have local content broadcast on our radio stations. We don't want foreign content. Probably maybe Police FM will be maybe the first radio station to have 100% local content, because basically police issues are local issues. Yeah, somebody has been arrested in Doha, somebody has been arrested in Zuzu. Those are local issues. I don't think Police FM will broadcast foreign content. For what? Because it's Malawi Police.
And music, police orchestra.
Police orchestra, yes. On revocation of licenses, at what point does a license be revoked? If it's in breach, serious breach of a license. For example, non-payment of license fees, that's a serious breach. Because we can't give you a license without paying for it. That's a serious breach. Wisdom mentioned about Rwanda. If you are churning out hate messages on radio station, let's say kunyoza ntunduwina ayawo ndotere agomwe ndotere atubuka ndotere, I mean that's a serious breach. We will definitely revoke that license. In terms of the licenses that are being revoked right now, it's an issue of non-payment of license fees. And you ask that what are we doing as MACRA? We would like to, for example, community radio stations would like to review their license fee structure. Currently, we are in the process of engaging a consultant, a Converge license framework consultant, who will review the license schedule for community broadcasters. So we are suggesting that they were paying $1,000 per year. Probably they should only pay a minimum of $100 per year. I think that will be sustainable, because $100 is about, currently is about 100,000 kwacha or 130,000 kwacha per year. So MACRA, we are doing something, because we also know that community broadcasters license fees is also high. So we hope that consultant will review the license fee structure to the benefit of community radio stations. Thank you.
For private, from the media council perspective, private is business. If you want to get a private broadcasting license, you must know the landscape and accept that that's the landscape you're getting into. Okay, so pay the 5,000. Yes, I'll come to you. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, then I'll come to him.
Okay, my question will be outside the box. I'm sorry, but I just have to ask. As Makra, how do you deal with someone who just he have a license, a broadcaster that is, maybe a television or a radio, and he's given the license, but he's incompetent. Let me say, maybe they have got the license, but they are not even their content of broadcasting. They are not that serious. Even maybe they can a week without even broadcasting anything. Do you just focus on the business, or is there any kind of regulations that you are given to those people who acquire licenses, or how do you deal with those people?
How do you deal with incompetence in broadcasting? Yes, Chief.
My question was just simple. It's simple, I have to say. the challenge that we have, that I've just discovered now with Makra is, Makra is not being too Malawian. I'm hearing of the fees being charged in US dollars. Why? Can you come with the license fees in Malawi Kwacha?
Kelton, even the laws in Malawi forbid that, correct? Please, go ahead, Kelton.
The battery has run out. I'll start with the first question. If a radio station is incompetent, it's not serious, 1 week elapses without broadcasting anything, what do you do? As Makra, we've got several mechanisms where we measure incompetence of a broadcaster. For example, we have technical audits. We move out, we inspect broadcasters if they are complying with their license conditions. So out of that technical audit, there are some who pass and there are others who fail. Those who fail, they are summoned and they are punished. They are given their punishments accordingly. But also, about not broadcasting anything for 1 week, broadcasters in their licenses, for example, a private broadcaster is supposed to broadcast 24 hours. That is stipulated in their license. A community broadcaster is supposed to broadcast not less than 18 hours. So, if we find out that they are not broadcasting, then we do a disciplinary hearing whereby we summon them and they say their side of the story. If their side of the story, we out of their side of the story, if they are in the wrong, then we also punish them. We've had several broadcasters that have been off air for probably 2 or 3 months, and they were revoked because it's a serious breach unless they tell us why they are not broadcasting. Some would say we are not broadcasting because of electricity. Some would say because we don't have necessary equipment. We assess. We have got measurements where we can assess incompetence. So Makra has got mechanisms where we assess incompetence.
Right.
In terms of USD, why do we charge USD dollars? One of the theories for the consultant for CRF is that we should revert to Malawi Kwacha. So maybe probably in the next coming months, Makra will see to it that the broadcasters are paying in Malawi Kwacha.
It is a listening Makra.
Yeah.
Beautiful. A hand for Kelton again. I mean, we can go on and on. Kumbo, are you ready? Universal Service Fund. What animal is this? That's our next presentation before we move on to writing for PR. So we now, and then the last one is going to be the cyber security with Christopher. Zadziko upita kwa kumbo unamuchora dala nkono. Which laptop are you using? Ah, okay, cool.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just wait for Leme to assist with the presentation. But while I'm waiting for the presentation, let me just make a brief background why we have the Universal Service Fund. I may start with a question. Have we ever heard about the Universal Service Fund? Universal Service Fund under MACRA. It's a new animal. Yeah. So, as a brief background, we all know that MACRA was established by the Communications Act of 1998. MACRA has been established or was established to regulate the communications sector. So when we talk about the communication sector, within it we have postal, broadcasting and telecommunication. So the major work that MACRA does is to ensure those three sectors operate, or maybe it creates an environment where people want to make investments in those three areas, operate in those three areas. The environment is fair for everyone. Now, each operator is given a license to operate, and if they are starting, there are license obligations. If it's a telecom company, they are given areas or targets that they have to meet for them to roll out in a certain area. So I would give an example. I'm not sure if you heard, we have a new entrant. We have Airtel, TNM, these are the big players. But not long ago, MACRA just licensed Marcel. So it's a new entrant. Now, as they're coming onto this platform, their targets, or we call them rollout obligations, areas that they must make sure they are covered within certain periods of time. But to do this, it's quite intensive. When we're talking about capital, it's quite labor intensive. And MACRA wants each and every person in Malawi, because that's the motto. We need universal services to be available all over Malawi. Are we winning? All right, thanks. Am I supposed to be? It's okay. I think I'll present. All right. So when it comes to license obligations, I think I'll be fixed here because of the presentation. So because of the license obligations, for instance, Airtel will be given targets to say this year we want you to make sure these areas are covered. But because of the universal obligation, it was found that we are losing out. So internationally, what regulators have done out there, they've created a universal service fund. How this fund operates is that from the levies that are collected from the operators, a certain percentage goes to this fund. And this fund is used to more or less kick back some of the funds that have been collected to help the operators now to go into areas where they didn't have plans. So if you're looking at a new entrant, I talked about Marcel, for them to make sure they operate well, they'll go into areas where they know they'll recoup their investment. Isn't it? Because they're just a new entrant, they want to make money. They will have no interest in areas where they know they will not make money. So this is now where the Universal Service Fund comes in. The Communications Act was reviewed, and in 2016 it established 2 new departments, or more or less units. We have the SET, Computer Emergency Response Team. This came through the Communications Act to look at the cybersecurity areas in Malawi. And then we also have the Universal Service Fund. Under Section 157 of the Communications Act, it establishes the Universal Service Fund for the purpose, or for the sole purpose, of making sure the gaps in the 3 communication sector, or the communication sector itself. I said there are 3 areas: broadcasting, postal, and telecommunications. The main areas that MACRA regulates, the gaps in those 3 areas are covered. So allow me to get back to the presentation. So the Universal Service Fund, I was just giving you a background. How was it established? It was established by, or it is established by the Communications Act, Section 157. And why is it established? It is established to offer subsidies, provide financial and financial assistance and incentives, and also to meet administration costs. There is a unit that runs the fund. Part of the funds is to make sure the unit operates, or to meet administrative costs, and also to support or conduct research and consultancies. Because the Universal Service Fund is established under MACRA, MACRA has some duties that it has to perform. Among the duties, it is to define the expected components of the Universal Service Fund. As I said, we have telecoms, broadcasting, and postal. Now, after giving license obligations to a player, wherever there's a gap, MACRA can say, okay, we need this area to be covered in the shortest period of time. How do we ensure these gaps are covered? So MACRA comes in to say, would like to have these components covered. Listening through the questions, there was a component of local content in Malawi, in the broadcasting sector. You will see that it is a gap. Now, after looking at that gap, MACRA can say, would like to use part of the Universal Service Fund to provide assistance to make sure this is accelerated. Another thing, MACRA sets out operations to be undertaken to ensure there are universal services, and it also proposes actions. These are annual and multi-annual universal access programs. But to make sure this is coherent, we have a special strategic plan just for the Universal Service Fund. There is a bigger picture, MACRA, the MACRA strategic plan, and then MACRA also facilitated development of a Universal Service Fund that now caters for annual and multi-annual programs. And MACRA also defines and plans and coordinates the operations of the fund. So the Universal Service Fund sits under MACRA as a unit that now reports back to MACRA. That's the current setup according to the Communications Act. And then it also has powers to designate one or more licensees to cover certain gaps in the communication sector, and also to ensure that provision of universal services is made affordable, tariffs that are accessible to all. We all know there's been a high call for data must fall. So as MACRA is putting up strategies and making sure data is falling, this has to be spread out to even the rural areas. Much as all the areas that are being covered in towns, for instance, the focus of the Universal Service Fund is in the rural areas, rural, unserved, underserved areas. So we are privileged to be in town. Here we have 4G, 3G, and different technologies in town, but the same cannot be said for people living in rural areas. Just maybe 50 kilometers away from Blantyre, you find that these basic services are not available. So the Universal Service Fund kicks in to make sure these services that are available, if you are moving from town, kubida kumudzi, you should also be able to enjoy DSTV, you should be able to enjoy like GoTV, WhatsApp, Gaziteka, everything that we are now enjoying in towns. These basic services must be made available out there. And it's not only this, we're also looking at digital financial services. These have to be provided in the rural areas. But as you noted in my area introduction, I said some of the funds that the Universal Service Fund has come from the operators' levies. Now, there is an interest from the people that give out levies to MACRA to make sure there's transparency on how the funds are being used. The Communications Act gives power to MACRA to set up a different committee. It's called the Universal Service Fund Committee, that now overlooks or more or less checks on the programs and the budgets that have been drawn from the fund. The the Universal Service Fund Committee, according to Section 159, there is one member that comes from each of the communications services. So one member from the telecommunication sector, one member from broadcasting sector, one member from postal, and then there's one member from the consumer protection organizations, and then we have the Director General sitting there as Secretariat, and then one representative from the ministry. So this committee looks at the plans that MACRA has proposed, reviews them. So MACRA can say we want to cover local content, and these are the measures that we're going to use. So the committee looks at what has been proposed and how it's going to be done. The committee can say, no, we are not happy with how you want to cover local content production in Malawi. Instead of doing this, it's not possible we do it in a different way like this. So that's the whole essence of having the committee, reviewing the plans that have been drawn by MACRA, as well as the budgets, to make sure the budgets are realistic and make sure they cover the real gap on the ground. The committee, according to Section 161, its tenure is only 3 years, but any member from the committee can be reappointed after the first tenure of office. As I already alluded, so duties of the committee is to review all the proposed annual and multi-annual universal access programs, and then also provide written recommendations to MACRA on the budgets and activity plans that have been drawn. Where does the Universal Service Fund get the money? So according to the Communications Act, sources of funds for the Investor Service Fund, number one is operators levy. Right now, this is the only source of funds for the Investor Service Fund, but we are looking at expanding or more or less broadening the sources of funds. So, operators levy. If you are an operator in telecommunication sector, within the license it says 3.5 of gross operating revenue will be given back as levy. In the broadcasting sector, it's 1.5 of the gross operating revenue. Postal, it's on net, 1.5 of the net operating revenue. So that's what is given back to MACRA as levy. Now, once MACRA collects the levy, 20% of the total is what Investor Service Fund gets as a share. So that's the source of funds for the Investor Service Fund. But then, I'll give an example. MACRA, on annual basis, does what we call drive tests. It's just an example. So they drive around Malawi, all over. I don't say anyone from telecoms, but they would have attested. They go to the hardest areas. It's only last month and the other month that I had a chance to go out there to see what they report on. They are really hard areas, hard to reach areas in Malawi. So once they've done the review of where the services are and where we have gaps, this now comes back to MACRA, and looking at the areas when the parliament is in session, we've heard MPs also lament lack of services in certain areas. So looking at the funds that we have and the magnitude of the work that we need to cover, Parliament can also kick in to say, okay, we know you don't have enough funds. Just to set up one tower, out of interest, the minimum that we can set up one communication tower, it's around 180 million. So as you can see, it's labor intensive, it's capital intensive. So that is just it's just the infrastructure, the poles, the metal towers. That does not include active devices that Airtel and TNM now comes to put there for services to be offered. So Parliament can come in to pump some money into the Universal Service Fund to make sure services are covered. And we can also have grants, subsidies from well-wishers out there, offer competitive minimum subsidy on auction, and public access projects. So these are designated to generate income. Okay, I'll come back to this when I come to projects. And also the authority can make some funds available. Remember, the only funds that we're getting from MACRA from the levies. But MACRA can also apportion other funds to the Investor Service Fund for its operations. So this is a little background why we have MACRA. But what are some of the projects that we've been doing under MACRA? We have under the telecom sector the rural telephony project. So this is out there to cover the gaps. As I said, driving through Malawi, there are so many areas where we don't have services, 3G and 4G. So this is what we call broadband. Broadband services are not universal right now. Airtel sits at 86% rural broadband coverage. TNM is a bit less. They were around 81, 82, but it's contentious anyway. But that's the coverage, broadband coverage around Malawi. So it's another target that we have to make sure we have 100% coverage of broadband services. Wherever we go, 3G, 4G must be made available. And another project that we have is Connect a School, providing ICT equipment, providing internet to schools to make sure our students have access to internet. This has really been a beneficial project. I'll give an example of some of the schools that we connected last year. As you're driving to Lilongwe, we have Palula Secondary School. This year, we've seen improvement in grades. I think their highest this year was 14 points. So they allude this to provision of internet, that students were able to research on the internet, and also the teachers were finding material to teach. So this has never happened there, but it has just happened this year. A 14-year student, 14 points student at Palula. It has also happened at Madzanje Secondary School. So we have seen improvement on the grades, as well as the teaching methods for teachers. So this is a project that not only MACRA, not only the Universal Service Fund has interest in, it has several players that are trying to connect all the schools in Malawi. And also provision of ICT equipment for schools, PWD, people living with disabilities. So we have a project that is supporting people living with disabilities. A good example is Mulanje Rehabilitation Center in Mulanje there. We provided internet, as well as we made a provision of assistive technologies. There is a software that helps them to zoom, as well as make sound as they surf around the internet. And then we also have public Wi-Fi, provision of public Wi-Fi in public institutions. There are several public institutions that were connected, and this is now where police will also benefit. I think I will expound more just shortly. So the rural telephony, the purpose of the project is to enhance mobile network coverage and to improve access to communication network by funding installation of mobile network towers. This year alone, I think once all the formalities have been finalized, we're looking to set up about 28 mobile towers. So that's the target that we have this year. Several projects. I'm not sure, is it clear enough that side? Okay. So we have several projects. Number one, as I said, to promote Connect a School. So MACRA has an interest. We have other players as well. PPPC, the private public commission, I think they also have an interest. Ministry of Education, we have NCST, we have Airtel, we have VSO. So all these players have an interest in making sure schools are connected in Malawi. But we had a challenge. The biggest challenge that we had was if Universal Service Fund is going there to connect a school, we would provide internet, and we also provide computers, we provide digital skills for that school. Another player comes in. I would give an example of Osel. They connected a school in Nkorakota. For them, they just provided internet, and not the internet that they provided is just a cable and some access points, but all the other equipment that school had to fend for themselves. We have the PPPC, Their mode of connecting a school was to provide a radio device. So a radio device hosts education material. Even without internet, you would see there's an access point. Once you connect to that access point, you get access to maths, biology, and all that stuff on that radio device. So that was their mode of connecting a school, and on the other hand also provided internet. So it was quite difficult to say which school has been connected better. Some schools only have internet, some schools have internet, computers, as well as they were trained. Others, they have a radio device and internet. So through the Ministry of Education, they said, no, we need to have a unified approach. With this approach now, it's like we are developing a model. Whoever comes to connect a school has to use that model. So you build a block, finish it with 40 computers, and make sure each of the schools have been trained, or in other words, you provide technical assistance to make sure they're able to sustain. So that's what we have on Connect a School project. There are about 8,000 schools. How many schools are going to be connected? The target is to connect all the schools. That's the target of Ministry of Education. But we are coming in just as a player to help to cover some of the schools. As I said, there are several players that are covering schools. There are about 6,900 primary schools. So all the primary schools, whether they've got power or they don't have power, but they have to be connected to the internet. So by 2030, that's the target, all schools must be connected. You may be wondering, why do we need to connect all the schools? COVID taught us a very big lesson, that for the private schools in town, even though we had COVID, they were still able to learn online. But we can't say the same for primary schools that are in rural areas. Our children out there were just playing around. Where Anna and Tojitabino, they were still able to learn. So that's why the Ministry of Education has said, no, let's connect all the schools to make sure anything that can disrupt, that comes maybe in future years to disrupt education, the physical presence in the schools, our students will by then have digital skills to learn from anywhere. And under e-education, we are also supporting internet connectivity to TTCs, and also connecting PWDs. As I said, these are institutions that have people living with disabilities. When it comes to broadband coverage, before we were actually relying on the big players, which is Airtel and TNM, to make sure the gaps are covered. So this is mobile technology to make sure anywhere in Malawi we have internet, we have 3G and 4G. But what we are saying, that's not the only solution that we can have in Malawi. There are other players as well who can come in to help provide broadband services in Malawi. So that's why we're supporting and we'll license 28 community broadband operators by end of this year. And now these are the ones now that are going to connect public institutions in Malawi. And this is where now also police comes in. When we say public institutions, if we have a licensee, a community broadband operator, let's say licensed to operate in Chikwawa, we are going to provide a list of public institutions in Chikwawa that these broadband operators now can go out and connect to make sure public institutions have access to internet and to make sure their services are running smoothly. I am aware that we have a digital forensic lab that is being built that will be hosted at Area 30. I'm sure it will be of interest to have cases that are being reported in rural areas as well as logged on a certain platform. So out of this interest, police stations that are in rural areas will benefit from the community broadband operators. They will be connected to internet for certain operations. And we also have the e-health. There are public institutions, so there are public health institutions in hard-to-reach areas. I can give an example of Mahoe. I recently was there. It's really a hard-to-reach area. Now, if you look at people living in those areas, I think one question that comes to mind is why are these people living in such hard areas? They can easily be forgotten, but they have their own reasons, they have their own interest, so it's better just to provide the services so that they also be connected to the digital platforms. And we also have an e-commerce platform. It's a national platform that will be developed, or it's under discussion. There are several players that have interest. We have the Ministry of Finance, we have the Ministry of Trade, we have MPC, and of course MACRA. We all have interest to make sure we have a national e-commerce platform. How is it going to operate? Someone who is an SME living in a rural area, once they have access to this platform, they'll be able to have access to market information. So if he's a farmer, I'm just giving an example, if he's a farmer who is looking for someone to buy, for example, their rice in Karonga, once they log into that platform, they will see people who have interest in rice, for example. So they can link up on that platform, payments will be done. We're envisioning that even transporters will also be linked on that platform. So once a trade has been done online, the transporter goes and picks up the stuff and delivers the way the courier services operates. That will actually complete the actual trade online. So the e-commerce platform, we are looking at engaging or making sure we have a platform that each one in Malawi will be able to find different services and products online and make payments online as well. Along with this, we're also looking at enhancing digital skills so that people have access to financial services, the digital financial services that we have, for example, in towns. We have just seen a proliferation of different payment systems. Airtel, we have Mpamba, Airtel Money, Kwabwera Unayo, so many platforms. We are trying to make sure all these platforms are available in the most remote areas in Malawi. In the broadcasting sector, we are going to provide grants for local content production. I remember there was, I think, a lamentation on this one to say we don't have much local content. So to make sure we have local content, we'll work with our colleagues in broadcasting sector, providing grants to people who have skills for them to be able now to produce local content. And also provide sign language training. We've noted on TVs, it's only I think 3 TVs that we have seen people do sign language. Airtel, sorry, not Airtel, but MBC TV. We have, what do you call this one? Hope Channel. I think there are certain programs, and at times they also do sign language. But what we want, all the TVs that are beaming programs, they should have a sign language interpreter on all major programs that they air. So whether it's news, at least there must be someone who is doing sign language interpretation. We are trying to cover that gap that people who have hearing problems, at least they should also have access to information. And another thing that we are doing in broadcasting sector is to make sure, there was a mention of community radios. The major challenge that is in the broadcasting sector is access, and I think we are trying to integrate it, because their major challenge is to have access to towers. So once we are putting up towers, telecommunication towers, we have some agreements that broadcasters can ride on those towers to provide services to make sure gaps are covered in Malawi. In the postal sector, we have the national addressing system. Did you cover the national addressing system? All right, so I think this was already covered by Mr. Namacha, so we're just there to support. As I said, our focus is on hard-to-reach areas or rural areas. National addressing system, it's also a capital-intensive project. They started with towns. They started with the major cities, Blantyre, Lilongwe, Zuzu, and Zomba. For these areas to be fully covered, it would take quite a long time. So we came in with financial assistance, and now they are covering 5 districts in the north. We've started with the north, and hopefully once these have been covered, then we'll also extend to other districts in Malawi. Mail conveyance, MPC had problems, or they had challenges. They had challenges to cover. They had challenges when it came to mail conveyance, for them to make sure parcels, courier items have been moved from one area to the other. They had challenges. So we provided 31 motorcycles last year to MPC. And we're also looking at inter-courier services. By this, what we're trying to say is someone goes to Ankolo to send a parcel, but their license ends somewhere. So if they are just an inter-city licensee, if they are not a national licensee, for example, someone wants to send a parcel, they should not say, no, if a license here to Geopolitical Niza, we can't go this far. We are trying to integrate the whole system to say, okay, if someone living in Chinteje, for example, has gone there, the service provider who is available there is G4S, for example. They should be able to pick the parcel. Who delivers that parcel in the end should not be a problem. The courier services should be able to talk to each other. So we have inter-courier services that now will come in to make sure the services or the service is seamless. But on top of that, when a parcel has been sent, we're trying to support mail conveyance transport operators. That, for example, if the parcel has to go to Chikwawa, but whoever picked that parcel, their license ends in Blantyre, that should not be a problem. We'll have transport operators who will now be able to pick those parcels to deliver to designated areas. So that's another project that we have under mail conveyance. I already talked about the e-commerce platform. So I've also put it under the postal sector, because as I mentioned, there are several players that have interest in e-commerce, and they are all targeting MPC. Why is MPC seen to be an appropriate player or an appropriate stakeholder in this? Is because of their presence. They have over 180 post offices across Malawi. So if someone, let's say, is living in Chabananga, at least we know in a 10-kilometer radius there should be a post office. So if they find, for example, a suitor or someone who wants to buy their stuff, they can just go to that post office and drop the items. That's the end of it. So then the courier or any transport operator will be able to go to a post office and pick up the items. So to make sure the e-commerce platform operates well, the way it is being envisioned, MPC is being targeted. That's why the e-commerce platform has interest from a number of stakeholders, and all these stakeholders, we agreed to make sure to use the existing infrastructure that Malawi Post Corporation has. So we are there as Universal Service Fund to support the development of an e-commerce platform. That's a major platform. And then also support development of mobile applications. The applications will be used to access the market info, and not only that, the applications people will be able to register and track items on that platform. But to make sure this works seamlessly, we're going to facilitate digital skills in e-commerce platforms. Once the platforms have been developed, people have to be trained how the platforms will operate. Allow me to end by exhibiting some of the projects that we've done. So this is in Mulanje. I talked about Mulanje Rehabilitation Center. We provided internet, so that's how we connected internet. We also provided some software that aids their learning. And very soon we are also going to provide computers for them because they have a challenge with computers. So we're also going to provide computers to Mulanje Rehabilitation Center. Out of interest, we've connected 3 PWDs, or institutions that have people living with disabilities. We have the Mulanje Rehabilitation Center in the south. We have MOA, School for the Deaf, in the center, and the Mbangweni School for the Deaf in the north. So these are three schools that we connected. When it comes to public institutions, there are several hospitals that we connected. This is a good example. I'm not sure if you are able to see. There is a wide access point right at the corner. So there is an access point somewhere around there. So that's an access point. Why did we connect hospitals? We know that most hospitals antamakali data and they can't communicate back home to say or we have these problems. They don't have data. So we provided internet to several hospitals for that reason, for communications. So there are certain strategic points where people go now to communicate freely. But to make sure there's no abuse to the system, if someone connects, it allows them to connect for a certain period of time. It's not like it runs all day. Imango gira nchito for a certain period of time just to make sure important communications are done. So this was done to make sure there is no abuse to the system. There are several hospitals that we connected. There's Mwanza, there's Sipe, Chinteje, Chilumba, we have Chitipa. So these are some of the hospitals that we connected, and under public institutions we also connected other DEM offices. We have Chikwawa, we have Nchinji, we have Nchisi. So these are some of the public institutions that we connected. But in total, we connected 23 institutions last year, and looking at the pace, how we were going, we saw that it's a bit less, it's a bit slow, because the major players that are able to provide services in these areas, sometimes they are overwhelmed. Now, we envision that once we start licensing the community broadband operators, I think we'll pick up the pace. It will go faster than how we are connecting them. As I said, a community broadband operator, once licensed, they'll be given a minimum of 40 institutions to connect in a year. If you take those numbers against how we were doing now, 23 institutions in a year, you see that we'll cover more institutions when we start using the community broadband operators. And I think, let me finish by saying that whatever work we are doing requires assistance from a number of players. We have MACRA. They do help us in most areas. But out of interest, this, as I said, when we connect the public institutions, basically what it means, people become wiser when using the public, when using digital digital platforms, and for sure, maybe we may have some cybersecurity issues, and my colleague from the cybersecurity, I think, will have a talk on that. But on top of that, just to top it all, the Malawi Police Service will have access to some of the platforms that we are talking about, and it will be very useful for people living in rural areas also to have, for them to be connected to the digital platforms and know that the service providers in the areas have access to the digital platforms that are available in Malawi. So whether there are websites, whether there are certain services that are being offered by MPS, these have to be made available in the rural areas. Other government services have already started going online. I would give an example of the Registrar General. Their services are now online. Someone in the rural area can register a company, not only register a company, but they can also be linked to MRA. So this is something that already is happening now. So we believe if there are services that MPS has and they have to be propagated to the rural areas, the Universal Service Fund is there to help make sure the services are made available to the rural areas. On digital skills, it's a big thing, and everyone has to learn how digital platforms are operating right now. Allow me to end here. This is where my presentation ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Quickly. Yes.
Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. It was really informative. The first time I heard of Universal Service Fund was in one of your workshops in Lilongwe, where you invited broadcasters, and during that meeting I could not even comment competently or ask a question because I didn't know anything about the Universal Service Fund. So this presentation has really been an eye-opener to me, and I believe to the rest of my colleagues in this building. But I have a question. We as the Malawi Police Service, we have different services that we provide, and just to pick one, we have established a radio station, and we are not for commercial purposes. We have information which we want to be giving out to the public on security, which is a national issue, and we would want to reach the remotest parts of Malawi, Chididi Nsanje, all the way to Chitibagalonga. And from the presentation that you have given, I just wanted to find out how can we access this fund to help with that, as in the step-by-step process. Because we, looking at the resources that we have, it will be a tall order on us to go. Of course, we have been issued with a national license, and to go into those remote areas where we want to be. It will cost us a lot, and I believe we can benefit from this fund. So in terms of the step-by-step process, how can we access the fund to assist on that? Thank you.
How can they access the fund, the steps? Actually, my supplementary or an addition to that would be, how do you promote this fund? Because it looks like it's an important fund. People should know that it exists. So how do you promote it to important stakeholders? Any additional question? Or we let him answer the questions? Okay, so over to you.
All right, thanks so much. I'll start with, I think, the supplementary one. How do we promote? This is one area of promoting. We're working with our communication team. We have a communication strategy, and there are certain strategies that we're going to use. What we've done so far, we've used platforms like this to promote the Investor Service Fund. We also have a website. We have a Facebook page, but we want to promote these even better. So there are certain strategies that we have come up with. We have certain programs on the radio. We've noted that many people don't have knowledge about the Investor Service Fund, so that's another channel that we are taking to promote the brand of the Investor Service Fund. Let me thank you, sir, for the wonderful question to say you have a national obligation, you have a radio, you have information that has to reach the rural or the remote areas of Malawi. How do we come in? So I think following through the presentation, I said as an operator, I will treat MPS as an operator. You have a license obligation that is to reach everywhere in Malawi. So in the rollout plan, I know you have a rollout plan, maybe to say the first 3 months, these are the areas where we have to cover, and these are areas that maybe we'll cover later. Where the Investor Service Fund comes in is in areas where you know you don't have plans. For example, if you have 10 towers that you are going to ride on this year, but you want to provide the same service in a certain area and you don't have funds for those areas, this is where our conversation begins. Where you don't have funds, where you don't have plans, but those people in those remote areas have to be covered. That's where the conversation begins to say, how can we come in? What can we provide to make sure people in those people living in those areas are also covered? It is good to know that you have a national obligation, and what you already have, I think we'll have a conversation with you as well as our colleagues in the broadcasting sector. They always help when it comes to these technical issues. So we'll have a conversation depending on what you have on the ground, the rollout plan, and how we can enhance your rollout plan. So in short, I think that's what I can say, but we need to understand your rollout obligation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we break for tea. We'll be back in 25 minutes time. So it's tea time. Hello, from the tea break, we are going to have the presentations, the group presentations. So, can the group presenters, get set? Thank you. 1, 2. Looks like we can start. We can be listening to presentations while we are eating and drinking. Can you remind me of the groups as well? Which groups did we have? There's Southwest and East. Okay. Who would like to start? Okay. Southwest. Can we have Southwest? Then which group is ready? Southeast? Are you ready?
Eastern region.
Eastern region is ready. Okay. Have you prepared a presentation or you have?
Presentation, yeah.
Then bring it over. We can connect.
Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tonge Kaenda. Actually, I'm Sergeant Tonge Kaenda for Eastern Region Police PRO. I'm here representing Eastern Region PROs. And I'm here to, to present on communication planning process. So first of all, as a group, we have to sit down and come up with a topic, like a subject. So according to our group, we come up with a topic of human trafficking. Before anything, let me quickly give you a definition of human trafficking. I hope all of us, we have different definition of what human trafficking is all about. But according to United Nations, human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, or receipt of persons by improper means such as force, abduction, fraud, or an improper purpose, including forced labor or sexual exploitation. I hope that matches with the different definitions that you have in your mind. So after looking on the definition, let's come to why human trafficking. Why do we choose human trafficking as a subject or as a topic? So in Eastern Region, more especially in Mangoch and Machinga district, 2 or 3 people are lured into human trafficking per week. Most of the trafficked victims, such as youths, women, lured in a pretense of job opportunities across their borders. And some of the factors that drive the vice includes poverty levels, food security, and employment. I think when you say that, you can all agree with me that poverty, more especially poverty, is the main driver. Like what is driving to human trafficking? A lot of people are being trafficked just because they are poor. They are being tricked. If you do this, you can look for good pastures. So people are being trafficked in order to look for good pastures. So after looking on that, let's come to objective, like the main purpose. Why are we doing this communication process? So there are objectives, like the main objective, according to our discussion as Eastern Region PLOs, on human trafficking. So our objective on human trafficking is to reduce cases of human trafficking in Eastern Region. Another objective is to increase reporting issues on human trafficking, as well as to empower local leaders like chiefs and other local authorities to take a leading role in fighting against human trafficking. So quickly, after looking on the objectives, as I said, it's a process. You remember yesterday I said it's an abbreviation, OASIS. So we start with objectives. After seeing on objectives, we come to audience. So after looking on the subject as well as the objective that we had, let's look on audience, like the people which we targeting, like the drivers or the message that we want to communicate. So the audience, we have job seekers, and there is guardians as well as parents, we have chiefs and police officers. Let me just maybe explain too on how we take them or how we regard them as our audiences. We talk of chiefs. When we say chiefs, we take them as custodians of people. Whatever they say or they advise, seriously taken by the people whom they are ruling. As well, when we talk of job seekers, why are we taking job seekers as our audience? Job seekers is anyone who is looking for a job. So, I mean, maybe you can agree with me that here in Malawi, we are associated with high levels of unemployment rates. So due to that, like, we have a lot of youths there in search of jobs. So due to that need, a lot of people, more especially the outsiders, they are taking advantage of our unemployment high levels to come and trick us by giving us a lot of means in order to cope us. That if you go abroad, you will get a good job. If you go abroad, your levels will change. So many people are being trafficked through those triggers. So after looking on the audience, let's quickly go to strategies, like measures that we have to put in place to ensure or to fulfill the objective that we have. So in order to achieve the goal that we have, or the objectives that we had, that I have talked earlier on, like to reduce the levels of human populations, the strategies that we come up with are, the first one is sensitization. We need to sensitize people. People need to aware the dangers of human trafficking. People need to aware the importance of reporting cases of human trafficking. So another strategy is provision of trainings to chiefs and other responsible authorities. Those people need to be provided with trainings for them to know on how they can handle their cases to do with human trafficking. Another strategy is use of mass media, such as radios and social media messages. I think on this you can agree with me. We say that one of our audience is job seekers, of which many of those job seekers are youth. Most of the youths, most of people here, we are fond of using social medias. So if we use social media or mass media as one of our strategy, I think that can help us to achieve our objective. After seeing on the strategies, let's come now to implementation. We look on the strategies, so let's look on what is it that we have to do in order to keep the strategies that I explained earlier to life. So on the implementation, the first implementation is to conduct awareness campaigns. On strategy, I talked of sensitizations, whereby I said that people need to aware, the chief have to aware. So we need to conduct awareness campaigns so that we can reach out to a lot of people and talk to them more about human trafficking. People need to be aware. They need to have information, the impacts of human trafficking, or what do they have to do once they have come across a case to do with human trafficking. So another implementation is to use of prominent people in the society to endorse messages on the dangers of human trafficking. When we say prominent people, I know we all know what does that mean. On that, we can also use the artists. They talk of Joe Gwaladi, or a lot of people now, they use their mostly youth, they like songs of Dremo. We can use Dremo to share the messages to do with human trafficking. Another implementation is the use of radio jingles and human trafficking posters. We can share human trafficking posters just to let people know what it is that they have to do, or what is human trafficking is all about. Conduct school outreach in order to impart knowledge on both teachers and children on the dangers of human trafficking. So you can see now that we have taken the strategy that we came and now we are putting into practice, like we are on the ground and doing that so that we can achieve the objective that we have. After looking on the implementation, let's now quickly look on the evaluation as well as scoring. Evaluate. How can we evaluate the objectives or the strategies or the implementation that we put in place? We can evaluate this, or how can we check? Reduce number of people that are being trafficked. Maybe, for example, in 2020, we had 20 people who were trafficked in Eastern region. By then, this is 2022. If you are saying that in this year, 2022, Eastern region has recorded 10 people who have been trafficked, that means there is a reduction there. We are coming from 20 and now it's 10. That means there is a reduction. There is an improvement. We have that can give us an indicator that the strategy that we put in place has worked out. So on evaluation, the second is to increase number of cases reported on human trafficking. Like maybe before, people were not aware what it is important to report cases on human trafficking. Now people, they are aware because of the different activities that you put in place. So if you are having, or if you are recording a lot of reported cases, that means the strategies that we put in place have indeed worked. Another is arrest and prosecution of perpetrators of human trafficking. After the activity has been done, people have come to police, they have reported the case, police has to come in and arrest those people. So once those people have been arrested, have to be taken to court. And what has been done, that means we have scored something. There is a progress on the objective that we set it. Another is engagement of social media users on the messages of human trafficking. Yeah, that's all about evaluation. After that, let's look on key messages. Something that you have to keep in your mind. Something that you have to remember when you go out there. So according to the objective that we had, or the topic that we are discussing here, the key message that you have to take with you about human trafficking is, the first one is stop human trafficking. That act has to put to an end. Another message, together we can end human trafficking. It's not only the police officers, the president, whosoever, but it's for all of us. You and me together, we can end human trafficking. Another key message that we can remember is human trafficking is a crime against human dignity. Maybe others, they don't know that human trafficking is a crime. So everyone has to take that message that human trafficking is a crime against human dignity. Maybe in conclusion, you just have to see on the posters there, human trafficking posters, some of the posters that we come across on, that can also help you to remember on the message that have been communicated to do with human trafficking. So there's a poster there which says stop human trafficking, and there's a hand doing like this. So that thing, that act, it has to end. That's another picture. There's some children there. They're carrying a placard. I think it cannot be well seen, but human trafficking violates human dignity. Let's join hands to stop it. I already said that it's not a duty of one person, but it needs a collaboration of us all to join hands in order to stop that act. And there's also another poster there which reads, help me. There's a person sitting down and lying on her hands, said, help me. That there are people out there that are crying for our help. That's why we say that we need to join hands and help to stop that act. So let's help those who are in need of our help, and let's ensure that that act of human trafficking has to put to an end. That act has to stop. That's all we have for Eastern Region PLOs.
Thank you very much. Kampeni imene ikateka metayionera ikateka ikumveka eh? Brilliant. It's good that you followed all the steps in designing your campaign. Can you go back to objectives? Show the slide, please. Show the slides on the screen. Okay, reduce cases of human trafficking in Eastern region. I would want these objectives to be smart. So, from what to what? Okay, reduce. This would be difficult to evaluate because scoring so you want to reduce the cases from a certain number to a certain number. And it can also be time bound by campaign iguyamba mwezi uti you it. So this is January. Let's say so if you can say to reduce the cases of human trafficking in Eastern region from maybe 40 in a month to at least 10 in a month by December. At least. Okay, so the objectives should be smart. So this should be an assignment to every one of you. Mugabange Google smart objectives. Yeah, smart, S-M-A-R-T, so that you should know how smart objectives look like. Okay, next. Go to the next slide. Audiences in terms of human trafficking. So job seekers, because these are the vulnerable people, the ones that must be targeted with the messages. Dubai. This is good. Guardians, parents, it's also good. Chiefs as well. They are the people who look after their subjects. Police officers, other police officers, other departments to be aware. I felt pali ma audiences enage aiwalidwa pamenepo. Can I have additions? Aiwala ma audiences ena. Yes.
Transporters.
Transporters. I think you need to include transporters. So here, it could be owners of vehicles, and it could also be drivers. Maybe it could be the owner who is involved in the business, but maybe my driver should also be aware. Musango nyamula antu abwana anawaguza nita nyamula ni gulu ili mukalise ku Mozambique, muoloke, mudutsire huko. Kuti bwana antu anda nyamula antu upita na huko. So sensitize drivers. And also sensitize motor vehicle owners. Who else? Yes.
Students.
Students, yeah. Who else? Yeah.
Children.
Children from which ages?
18 to 35, or let's say youth.
Okay, okay, yeah, young people, yeah, the youth, yeah, yes. You raise the hand somewhere, yeah.
I was looking at the community structures.
Okay, community structures.
Yeah, within the area where they'll be doing the sensitization, there might be some community structures that are already into the program of fighting human trafficking. So they also need to be targeted.
Okay, a minute. Let me just take a call. Presentation is okay. Tamaliza audience. Tamaliza. The border people, custom, MRA, maybe. Could it be an human trafficking? It's something that involves a lot of people.
Maybe those people who have been subjected to patrol along the borders.
Yeah. I thought so. Because my borders, they have to help you. In the area in your Eastern region, you make sure that my border kulindani, who can we work with? Yeah. Who else? So here you should have really brainstormed much more. Do we want to issue human trafficking, the whole chain, who it involves, to look at the potential target audiences. Okay, next slide. Strategy, sensitization, yeah, sensitizing. Okay, so here you can even write it in paragraphs, in sentences. So sensitizing who? So that presentation I can know what you are trying to say. So, but I know this is a presentation, but maybe in a written format it would be something that is expanded. So sensitization, that is great, but sensitizing who and where, using which media, okay, that would be important. Provision of training to chiefs and responsible so that they know who would be providing this training. Maybe you can indicate, okay, provision of training by, maybe they are experts in human trafficking you could involve. You know, maybe the police yourself, or it could be other people providing this training. So providing trainings to chiefs and other responsible people, yeah, these trainings will be provided by this team. Use of mass media such as radios. Which radios here? Because now it's in the Eastern region. Are there community radios? You can also specify here, maybe use of community radios, social media, yeah, social media. Now, go to implementation. I felt there were some things that were looking like strategies, not necessarily implementation. Can you go to the next slide? There was use of prominent people in society. I thought that it looked like a strategy to endorse messages on the dangers of human trafficking. And then, on implementation, you could indicate timelines. So conducting awareness campaigns, are they weekly? Are they quarterly? Are they monthly? So here on implementation, it will also help you in scoring, in evaluation. So conducting now, at least maybe monthly awareness campaigns. Guys, let's make sure to conduct monthly campaigns. Radio jingles. And human trafficking posters. Okay, and where will they be put? You can also indicate. Be as descriptive as possible so that this is where my radio jingles are. They will go to these radio stations, they will air in these slots, or human trafficking posters which will be put in my community centers. Kuti. We should know that. Conducting school outreach when regularly, the periods that you would be conducting that to impart knowledge. So, no, that was great, makes sense. So just be as descriptive as possible. Next. Reduction in the number. Okay, the numbers can be measured, increase in the number of cases being reported, the arrests, great, and the engagement on social media to your messages. What else? What else is missing here in terms of evaluation? What else can they see? What else can they measure? What else can they measure? Yes.
I think feedback.
Feedback. Okay. Feedback being provided by some stakeholders. Even Mafumu, you can go back to Mafumu and say, Mafumu, tinayamba, you remember tinayamba campaign ya kuti tijepetse chiwerengero cha anthu amene I don't know nchijewa trafficking ndiya. And hozembetsedwa. Oye, zili pati pano. So you can report. You can go back to the OC and say, we went to mfumu awa, they have said, I need to such as message. So even feedback, you can include that. So, colleagues, essentially this is how a communication plan looks like. Mugabwerera, make sure you design simple plans. Don't wait for NGOs. You as the police, you have a responsibility to design campaigns, to prevent crime, to deal with crime, to protect people. This is how it looks like. So, can we give a round of applause? It's been good. Can we hear another? This was the Eastern region, tackling trafficking. Brilliant, great presentation. Who is next? Next, India? Southeastern region. All right.
I am Sergeant Rebecca Gashote, presenting Southeastern region. We discussed and came up with a topic. It's suicide. First, I will start by defining what suicide is. Suicide is an act, intentional killing of oneself. You will agree with me that 2022, last year, there were so many cases of suicide. And yesterday we were learning, and you told us about communication planning process. And the first thing was objective. On objective, our aim was that we should reduce cases of suicide. And to reduce such cases of suicide, we came up with a situation analysis. And on a situation analysis...
Sorry, and that is we miss because it's not written, so to eliminate my objectives. You only have one objective. I think you can have three. Or do you only have one? How many objectives do you have there?
We have two.
Okay, so can you read all of them?
One is to reduce cases of suicide. The second one is to
So already my point in the first presentation.
I've got it. To increase reporting cases of suicide.
Okay.
Situation analysis, people are committing suicide due to various issues. First, it's poverty. You agree with me that...
Okay, sorry, don't go into explaining, but tell me that in the situation analysis, we would want to research what are the drivers of suicide. In the plan, Musica Onetsa we would want to understand the picture. So to understand information, tikapita uku kuti tipeze. Tikapanga easy, we'll do research, we'll do interviews, we'll do what? Ababa, don't lecture us about the drivers, but just tell us to do a situation analysis. Mupanga jani. Kapena munapanga jani to do a situation analysis.
To do a situation analysis, we came up with poverty. And poverty, you agree with me that last year it has been a tough year, because we have experienced financial hiccups, and some people are killing themselves just because they lack of money. That is why we have laid out poverty. And the second thing is depression. On depression, so many people are killing themselves because of depression. On depression, there are youngsters, children. Last year, so many youth have killed themselves because of depression. Nowadays, parents don't mind how they talk to their children. So this has led to children in killing themselves. And we also had extramarital affairs, which has also led to suicide cases. And on audiences, the audiences we are tackling here are mostly men, because they are the ones on high risk of suicide cases. Not only men, even females, women, and youth. And 2022, so many youth killed themselves. That's on audience. On strategy, we came up with arranging people in various activities. And what kind of activities have we arranged? School outreach. We are going to be in schools and sensitize learners and students the dangers of suicide. And the other thing is sensitization meetings with stakeholders, traditional leaders, chiefs, GVH, to help us in disseminating information to the community. The other thing is the media. We are going to involve them in the suicide cases, so that they help us in radio programs, TV programs, so that we should cover a wider range of people in disseminating the information of suicide. And the other thing is mobile vehicle patrols. And police will be in vehicles patrolling whilst disseminating messages on suicide. The other thing is in Malawi Police Service we have a branch called the Victim Support Unit. And the Victim Support Unit is going to be in so many areas to disseminate information based on suicide. And on implementation, there are more awareness and counseling we are going to conduct awareness and counseling regularly. And there is also another thing, listening to grievances and at least assisting them to start business or even sharing a word of God to people who come to police or lodge complaint or whenever they come to seek counseling. The other thing on implementation is we have to keep their grievances confidential by not sharing it to others. Because the more we share their grievances to others, and we are going to turn them off and result into depression, later killing themselves. The other part is we have to value their complaints by not insulting or embarrassing them once they come to police to seek counseling and guidance. On scoring, first we are going to know how many people have we targeted in spreading the dangers of suicide compared to last year 2022 and this year 2023. The other part is, have we reduced cases of suicide in 2023 compared to 2022? That's all that we discussed.
All right, a round of applause. Any additions from group members? How many monary group we?
We also have messages that we want to communicate to the community members, such as suicide is not a solution. And another message is, think of those who rely on you before committing suicide. So before committing suicide, that's all.
Great, that's a good message. Think of those you leave behind. Aliyense amakhala amaganizira za abale yake kuti ndedi ndasiyada zakali mwina nsazikweze yayi. So that is a touching message. It is appealing to our self-interest as individuals to care about our loved ones. Yeah, in addition from the group? All right, any observations? Tose tuwidzi wano pano communication planning process. Can we ask her questions? Yes. Timufuse mafuso, can we critique her presentation? Her concept.
Mine is not a question. People should be aware that police will provide mental health services. Like we can counsel people who are in depressed moment. But also on nowadays they could also add the religious leaders, because most times people will believe that when a person commits suicide, it's something that is very spiritual, like he has been attacked by demons, and then let's them consult religious leaders so that they could be helped and be counseled in that context.
Yeah. Any addition?
Maybe just to top up, you need to engage as many people as you can in order to end suicide. For example, you can also engage social workers. She didn't mention parents and guardians, as well as NGOs.
I think that would come under implementation. That's a brilliant observation. Under implementation, you'd say we are going to be involved in these partnerships. They provide psychosocial support. Those could be your partners in the implementation. Can you give me a risk? What do you think is a risk to your plan? What could go wrong in your plan? Did you think about any risks and how you would mitigate them? Just any risk to your plan?
My group, can you please assist me?
Any risks? Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Let me just throw it to the group. Any risks that we think they should think about in when they're executing their plan? Risk.
Maybe financial support on the risks.
Financial support, like funding for you?
Yes, funding.
Oh, okay.
Because on mobile vehicle, we will need fuel.
or even the vehicle breaking down. Yeah. So you need to find solutions for that. Yeah. Gina. Anyways, but let us think about risks whenever we are developing our campaigns. In the implementation, I felt some things we are mentioning were not communication related. Mind you, you are a PR person and you are using communication strategies to saying you will be providing counseling. It's not your job to provide counseling, but maybe you could get other people to provide counseling. Your job is communication and PR. So in most of the implementation, can you take a look at that? And my point there is that you are the PRO. You are not the service provider. So perhaps it could be, your job could be maybe set up a toll-free line, maybe. So making sure that you see people, how people are using that line to present their cases. Maybe you know now how you can establish a toll-free line. Scoring, looking at the numbers, the reduction in the number of suicide cases, that is great. What else could you measure in terms of scoring? What else can they measure? Ataso panga measure jana menewa kampeni ya oe. Number ya cases, that one can be measured. Kuti ma cases at siga. China chinga kajan. What can they measure? Yes.
I think before I come to the measures, I just won't try to elaborate on what you have just mentioned on. You said that as PRO, we are not supposed to say that we will implement the support and that. I think being the PR, our duty is to blend our organization or whatever, even the company. So as much as police, we are trained to as a police officers, whereby whenever we are, I'm just giving an assumption that maybe by the time when they were presenting they were trying to come up with that presentation, they were doing it in a way that they are police officers. So to the issues of giving out ideas or support, whatever the thing, as a police officers, it's a duty of every police officer. So I think, to my understanding, that's why they come up with that an idea. Yes, any two measures. I mean, into the question that you've just asked.
How to measure?
Yes, I think the number of people, I think, who come to give complaint, because as for sensitization, we go out and sensitize people that in every situation that you are going through, at least you should just seek the guidance or ideas from other people, as it has already said that a sharing problem is half solved. So I think, to my understanding, is the feedback from people who come to complain or people who come to ask for advice. That will be one of the scores.
Okay, brilliant. All right, thank you. Let's give them a hand again as they go back to take their seat. Can we have the last presentation? I think it's the last from the... We've had the east, southeast, southwest now, I think.
Bwana TG Makra, please. Your police PROs are lacking good laptops, please, Bwana, please.
Komanso mapiyarawo tikumapanga network pa district paja, kumacheza ndi different organizations, you tell them your needs, mutopeza kuti all your problems zina ndi zina zokonzera.
Koma pa district ena kulibeko ife na mabungwe anatawatawa. Mupite kuchilazuluso mukapeza kubungwe ndailosi.
Do we have somebody from Neno here?
Yes.
Oh, ndia ataku Neno.
Neno mabungwe aliko.
Neno, raise your hand.
Sorry?
Waku Neno nduti?
Yes.
You are the one. Okay.
Sure. Mwina mudapita kukayambisa kuma sitimaona kupesa kupemphawo sizimatheka. Kulibeko bungwe linalonse zongo za mitengo zina zake ndi mafunika ukamapemphatu zigwirizana ndi zimene mukupanga khani za child protection khani za chani zokhuza security ndi samachidwa kupasani zinthu.
I'm sorry for the delay. I wish I could have used the PowerPoint presentation so that you could have been ably seeing, but you know the challenge of technology. My name is Sergeant Aubrey Singanyama. I'm the deputy on suicide. Ironically, our friends also did on the same topic, but it's not a very big problem since we are on the same path. The problem statement with our southwest region is that, okay, first of all, I have to talk a little bit of the problem statement of the suicide in the southwest region. The southwest region of Malawi Police Service consists of 3 policing districts of Blantyre, Mwanza, and Neno. Lastly, the region bears the parent to 6 police stations and a number of police substations and units. These police formations are grouped into as one entity in terms of planning and data capturing. From the data obtained from Research and Planning Department shows that 2022 suicide statistics among the youth are on the higher side as compared to 2021. Figures are showing that 46 people in Southwest region under the age bracket of 15 to 35 took their own lives for various reasons in the previous year. Therefore, it came to our attention to devise a communication plan that will carry intervention messages to curb and avert this vice in the year 2023 going forward. As I've already alluded to, that the topic of my presentation is suicide, and suicide, as we all know, that it means the intentional taking of one's life. Is to end suicide cases among the youth by 2024. Thank you. The overall goal of our communication plan, as I've already said, is to end suicide among the youth by 2024. And the objectives, as you can see, cases among the youth by a wider percentage of 50%. And the other objective is to create awareness on the legal and moral implications of suicide. The targeted audience that our communication plan is having are the youth, and the youth are grouped into two groups. The first group are the young people below the age of 18, and the other age bracket is the youth below the age of 35, and we are also targeting parents and guardians, since these people are the custodians of young children, as our society entails. And the key messages that the communication plan that we are devising will be carrying three key messages. The first message that our communication plan will be carrying is suicide prevention, whereby we have a comprehensive healthy approach in preventing suicide. We will also have a comprehensive legal approach in prevention of suicide. We will also go into suicide risk factors that are comprising the relationship risk factors, individual risk factors, community risk factors, and societal risk factors of suicide. We will also have the suicide legal and moral implications. So all these will be combined in our communication plan. And the tactical outreach plan or the strategy that will be using the public address systems that will be taking into places like the markets and youth centers. As you know that mainly in Blantyre we have youth centers like the Zingwangwa Youth Center, Blantyre Youth Center, and Bango Youth Center. We shall also be organizing sporting activities as one way of communicating the message to the targeted audience that we are intending to. This organizing of sporting activities are grouped, are incorporated in our communication plan, because we will have people that will be responsible for organizing these sporting activities, as we work in collaboration with other departments as a police formation. We will also have the school outreach programs, whereby we'll be visiting schools and giving out information about suicide. We will also use posters, and we will also use radio, mostly the community radio stations, in disseminating the information that we have to give out to people that we're targeting. The implementation of our communication plan is that we will advocate for the creation of youth clubs in schools and youth centers. So that's the message that our communication plan will be carrying in our implementation stage. We will also try to create training programs for youth leaders, opinion leaders, and the community leaders. Going further, we will also advocate for the creation of support groups at community levels. In the instance that we will also be partnering social welfare officers and various non-governmental organizations. And the timeline for our communication plan is that we intend to put into practice this communication plan in the first quarter of the year 2023. So these are the scoring points or the evaluation points that will help us to map the way forward and to know if our communication plan, the message that we intend to diverge to the target audience, has indeed giving us fruits, or we can still give, it's still giving us room to do more. So there we have devised 6 key parameters that will help us measure the success of our communication plan. And the first parameter is that we'll have to know if the target audience has really received the communication that we have given them. If they have adopted the message that we have given them, it means our communication plan, or it means our communication has been successful. And how much the information will they digest? Because there are 2 different ways: giving out information and digesting the information that we are giving them. So if our information will be digested by them and put into practice, it means our communication plan has bared some fruits. We will also have to understand, we also have to know if the target audience is understanding the message that we are trying to give to them. How will we measure if the target audience has understood the message that we have given to them? We will see if there is an increased number of youth clubs, youth club memberships, the youth clubs that will be formulated after giving them information. So if the number will keep on increasing, it means our message has been welcomed by the target audience and is being put into practice. And how can we tell that our communication plan has given us a success story? We will see the decrease in numbers of the people, mostly the youth, that are committing suicide. If the numbers are in the decrease as compared to the 46 that we had in the previous year, it means that our communication plan is a success. We will also map the way forward and see if the number of youth seeking guidance and counseling at friendly clubs, opinion leaders, and even the police is increasing. So if we have an increase in that number, it means our communication plan has been a success. So this is the end of my presentation. I would wish to show you the communication matrix that we developed, but since technology is letting us down, I should just end it here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Great, great. Thank you, thank you. Brilliant, brilliant. I think we should have this group Jasina type type presentation. We should have your presentation typed. We need all the presentations to appreciate them. Can you quickly go to timeline?
Timeline.
Timeline. I think was the timeline. I think timeline. I don't see a line here. So yeah. So but I'm just seeing one line. So timeline. I think in your presentations you have to show a timeline. And can you Google a timeline how it looks like? Proper timeline of activities. Tiambira hapa media yake ndi end campaign is that these are the activities that we are going to have.
We have that.
Oh, it's in the matrix.
Yes, it's in the matrix.
Okay, fine. Okay. Yes. So yeah, campaign itaiona bunch. Igatega. Can you see that you colleagues, you have a lot of work to do in your respective stations? You can develop these campaigns and help your stations to deal with various issues that you are grappling with. My observation in relation to even your Yambaija, in your objectives, put time by chakut. The objectives should not be open-ended. So make sure that you indicate that we want to achieve this by chakut.
So I think I have the
it's
matrix,
there?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you'll be able to see, but on the first, we have the stakeholder. So the first bullet is showing the stakeholders, the schools, the market leaders, opinion leaders, faith leaders, mental health experts as our stakeholders. And the second chapter is on key interests and key issues. What message are we bringing to that particular stakeholder? So if we are targeting a school, we are going with a message like what is suicide prevention, risk factors. So the communication vehicle that we are going with, so the third part is the communication vehicle. Yes. We have the public address system, sporting activities, flyers, brochures. So the frequency is now telling us how will we, for how long we will be giving out the information to them. So it's like every fortnight, and if we are using the radio, it's once a week. The sporting activities is 2 weeks. The public address system will be taken to them for 2 weeks. Brilliant. And the responsible team in the final chapter is showing the responsible team that will be carrying out the message to the target audience, like PROs, community policing team, victim support unit, mental health experts, and social welfare officers.
Brilliant.
So this is how we designed our message.
Wonderful. Taombere manja amene. Agwira ntchito yotamandika. I think planning got taken. No, you can take your seat. Quickly, let's go to something about writing for PR. I've enjoyed your presentations. I think you people, muma punzira mwajangu. You are fast learners. Ready? Okay. So let's aim to do this by 12 sharp, so that we can listen to the last presentation for 30 minutes, so that by 12:30 we go for lunch, or by 12:30 we would have received our certificates and everything else, the closing formalities. So in this session, we are going to talk about best practice in writing for communication, 4 keys for writing excellence, and various forms of written material. I believe we do a lot of writing ourselves as PROs, and we write to share various forms of communication to our different audiences. Excellent writing. A form of writing that you would say is izalembedwa bwino ndizomveka bwino. What are some of the characteristics of something that you think has been excellently written? Features of something that has been well written. It should be what? Yes. Yes.
Should be clear.
Should be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Zizimveka zinthu osati so kudawa afuna unena chani. Yes. Accurate. Okay. Any more? Yes.
The heading should be catchy.
Okay, should be interesting. Okay, wonderful. So there are 4 C's of excellent writing. Madam was very right. A material that has been well presented must be clear, concise. Sakale nkhani kuno nduko anthu masuku ananasiya kuwerenga samakonda kuwerenga kwambiri. Correct information should be factual, should be correct, not incorrect information, and compelling, catchy. Munthu uziti nitapita nitawerenga nkhani imeneyi ikumveka. You start and you finish up to the very end. So there are 4 keys. Once you use these keys, once you go by these, you end up having material that is concise, that is clear, that is compelling, material that is well written. Anything that you prepare must have an aim. Why have you decided to take a pen to write? Ndijani usanambe kulemba uganize guy, what is the aim of my writing? And then the style, what style am I going to adopt? What style should I take? And also think about the content. What is it that I have that I want to put on the paper? And eventually the form, what structure, what form should this take? Writing in Ariose honors these 4 keys if it is excellent material. M. So who is my reader? Amenagawerenga zinthu zini nani, and what do I want them to think, feel, or do? Have a reader in mind. Have a reader, have a person in mind. How does he look like? Is it Monthamena is in blunder, is putting on a suit? Is it somebody working class? Or is it some ladies somewhere in Neno? Or is it Muntuina agutsika mulanje wanyamula nguni? Have a reader in mind. Conceptualize. Is it a young person who wants to commit suicide? Who doesn't know that life comes with challenges? So think about your reader. The second key is style. what is the right style to get my reader to think, feel, or do? Mene nditi ndirembere style yake ndirembe bwanji. So this is the actually various organizations have different writing styles. Even the police, you have your own style. I don't know police might try, but in the army we used to call it service writing. So the way we write our communication. Sometimes it could be the tone. What's the tone that you want to adopt? In any diplomatic world, our communication timalemba in a way that we don't want to offend. Tuwalembera otengaja. Otenga utufuna umveke. Munaonapo ma communication na embassy. Timaziwa kuti it's a partner ndidziko lina. So tilembe in a way that is a country that we are, diplomatic writing. But people can see kuti this way mwaikidwa otenga wina wake koma it has been packaged in a way. Mumadziwa inu mukamankhulaso ndamunano ndakaza mumadzoti ndifuna ndilankhule koma papa visa indiperekedwe ndipatsidwe visa ndipanga bwanji. So you change the tone. Ukamankhula ndi mwana umasintha, ukamankhula ndi apongozi umasintha. So likewise you should vary the tone. You should think about the tone of how should we sound when we are writing as the police. Tikamalembera anthu, tikamauza anthu zosiyana-siyana. How should we sound? Zizimveka bwanji? Is it commanding? Is it informing? Is it persuading people? So when it is time to persuade young people, kuti asiye kudzipha mukayuza commanding language. It's not supposed to be like that. So there are different tones of language. Diplomatic language, formal language, sometimes even specialist or technical language. Tikamalemba different tikamalemba ma-article, ma-journal articles, kuma council language yake yosiyanaso. So, we need to adopt the tone. We need to think about, is it conversation? Tilembe ngati tikucheza. These are the tone. If we are communicating to a formal any citizen, an ordinary Malawian, how should we write? This is something that we should be thinking about, the style. So, these are the 5 rules to get your messages across to a person. For us to get our messages across, let us make sure that our sentences are short. Ma sentence athu azikhala afupi. Osati sentence kuno ndi uko, compound sentence. Let us keep sentences short. Even journalists, they like material. Most journalists, they use short sentences. Mukadzatenga newspaper jangwa mawerenga, sentences are not long. They are usually short sentences, short, compact sentences. They always say use active and not passive voices. Who doesn't know active or passive voice? So there are examples there. The stadium had to be closed by officers from Malawi Police Service. Why can't you just say the Malawi police officers closed the stadium? The riot was stopped by the police. We are happy to report that the riot was stopped by the police. Just say the police stopped the riot. So those are some examples. Informalize by using second and first person. There is a formal type of writing that used to happen in the past, but now I think it's going. For example, you've seen in some adverts, applicants must send us. Who are the applicants? You are talking to the applicants. Mwalemba munyuzi muja. Applicants must send. Muntakwelenga the applicant, you just tell him that you must send us your CVs, including 3 traceable referees. We always tell employees that ABCD. No, we will tell you to do ABCD. Or application forms are available on MACRA's website, www. Just say you can get application forms from. use the right vocabulary. Apa, it's simple. Jargon. Antuni magonda use big words. We want to impress. We want to show that tinapunzira kwambiri. But as communicators, you know, our job is to simplify. So, you should be the first person muzike in the shoes of the listener. And simplify. Sentence is too complex. So our job is to simplify things. Jargon, avoid jargon. Jargon in the mabomba. The suspect was wearing a vermilion hoodie. The suspect was wearing a red hoodie. Why using vermilion? Who knows the word vermilion? Use simple. And also edit. I think Nagamba Benabage, avoid mistakes, unnecessary mistakes. So can we edit? Short sentences, break up long sentences, 15 to 20 words in a sentence. Sometimes there are situations where there is an opportunity to replace a long word and just put a short word that can easily fit and do the job. Let's talk about content quickly. What should I write? Content now is the meat. What should I write about to get my readers' attention, to keep them interested and prompt them to act? Tajoka ku aim, tajoka ku style, now it is about content. So, content is utengao. Ndebali ma utenga yena maybe ndo safunigira. Ndai meneyo probably I think now we are going back to what Wisdom was talking about, the news values. The content is what you have for the reader. Chimene mwanyamula utenga. So, us as communicators, we know. Kuti pali zinthu zina zake zimene they interest people. And this is what, tikakhala mu journalism class 101, what is news? Because what is the content? What is something that interests people? One, magnitude. Chinthu chinachi chonse chimene chikukhudza anthu ambiri is news. So if you have a story that affects a lot of people, it's news. If it's something that is important, the importance being that it affects a big area, that becomes news. So, relevance. If it is something that it is relevant in the time or season, maybe it's accidents. Accidents are relevant. People care on this. Nobody can ignore. If it's something about deforestation, hunger, or what, things that are relevant. So I was saying, ni story bwana, this is not irrelevant. Muri nkani yake chitikayani kunali mbuzi nage na woloka bridge huko. Mukane noti mbuzi mene na dabu itaya lumantsinje upita huko. Maybe kapena it's unusual, but then there are some things that are probably not relevant. Power elite. If there is something that involves people that are in power, it's news. Any question before I proceed? Is it making sense? Okay. Celebrities, if anything that involves and Chuka, it's news. So if there is a story, Madonna, it's a story. Take a picture and send it to media. If there is something that maybe a celebrity visited your area, it's news. Entertainment, people love entertainment stories. Bad news is good news. Good news as well is also good. And Zemaya kaberekana 10 kwina kwake, it's a story. Kaberekana 10 yose alimoyo. It's a story, it's a good news. Supplies. Zina zake zodabwitsa. So if your content has something of this, then maybe follow up. You remember Madonna anazabanga adopt Madonna Jawabwera. It's a follow-up story. So that I think Wisdom talked about news agendas. Some newspapers, some media houses have their own agendas. So if you know that this MPC would love this story. Send them, they will love it. Magnitude, issues like of diseases, cholera, it's a story because it is affecting a lot of people. Relevance, look at these ladies, Kunsanje, Kumene, Kwachitika, floods. That is something, it's relevant. Rainy season, whatever. Power. It's a story. Celebrities. Entertainment, agide. She just imagine agide. It's a story. Bad news, ndege agwa, what, it's a story. Good news, kwa pezeka mankwala, achina chake, it's a story. Surprise, kwina wake wanguchitika ndege basi akagwera kwina kwake kuti simembekezera. Papezeka china chake, mwala wagochokera kumwamba, it's a story. You APRO must go get information. Mukangona mwamva gulu lina lake ati kwagwa chimwala uchokera kumwamba uchagwa mudzi wakuti. Just go, get pictures and share. It's a story. Follow-ups if there's something that happened in the past, and I think this was about World Trade Center. So every year, but zinthu zina zake probably they happened in the past, maybe nkhani ngati za Napolo Palombe. You can do a follow-up story if you kwachitika zina zake in the same area that Napolo passed. What's funny? I withdraw. So different media houses have different interests. My community radio station, they have different agendas. So some things interest them because of the agendas that they follow. If you want your content to be compelling, make it topical or timely. If it is something that is timely, in the news, we want something that is timely. So so it's no longer news. So you need to weigh, your PROs, to say, this thing that I'm sending, is it topical? Is it timely? Because in dustbin, because you are giving them all the content that is not necessary. Relevant, unusual, unique, tension. In a story where there is tension, trouble, tragedy, triumph, story probably there are some Malawians, migrants, maybe people that were trafficked. I think we had a case here, traffic. So if there were Malawians that were trafficked to Mozambique, and through your collaboration with Mozambican authorities, it's a triumph. You have succeeded in something. That is news. So be proud of that and tell the media, we've just rescued 10 children from Mozambique. They were trafficked. It's a story. Much as but it's a story. Human interest, things that involve people, it's a story. Human interest is big. Human interest is big. Sometimes, banja lina lake maybe lonse has perished wangotsala mwana mmodzi. Ndinkhani yokuti ngakhale munthu wakuliongo amati zomvetsa chisoni bwanji. So if there's that accident, maybe it happened in Ineno, as a PRO, you can get them to well wishers. There's this person, 8 years old, his whole family perished, they drowned and he's only one. It's a human interest story. People would be touched by that. Let's finish off by form. Wisdom, tell me how I'm doing on time. Form. Okay. Form. Form now is the form that your written material takes. That is why there is a reason why in news, inverted pyramid. sulinango bwera imene it is there for a reason. Story yanu should, even your public statement, even your press release should take this form, because it is easier to read, easier to follow, and it brings the most important information. Paragraph number 1, who, what, why, the 5 W's and H. You should answer that. Don't start with the police was set up in 1978 to do ABCD. Yeah, story mukaisia kumusi. No. But the police has today opened a radio station that will facilitate in disseminating news, developments in the police to the people. Speaking when she launched the radio station, the IG said ABCD. The event was attended by Agud. You see, my information is to Peter Nukumusu. But you start with what has happened, where, why. And then in Kumabita, information is also Safuniga Zibita Kumus. You read this about opinion pieces. Mukazafuna kulemba opinion. You as PROs, you should be able also to write about op-eds. Manyuzi mumulima section aja maiteni. You should write an opinion about human trafficking. So start with an argument. Human trafficking is a big problem in Malawi, especially in these regions, and all of us can join hands to do ABCD. Counter argument. Why do people think, you know, people that migrate to other places or human trafficked, they do that on their own? We as the police think it is not true. And then you give your points. Point 1, point 2. In conclusion, we call upon all stakeholders. So an op-ed, it's mostly 800 words, 900 words. So it takes this form. It takes this structure. So Musango Yamba Gulemba opinion ija, you are not putting up across your premise, your argument. What is the issue? What is your argument? You acknowledge other people's arguments, and then you defend your arguments, and then you conclude. So, if my boss tells me, I want to write an op-ed about this issue, I just use this format, and then put the ideas, arguments, and you close. All right. I think here there is an example of an opinion piece. We want to be seeing a lot of opinion articles from the author is a PRO at Blantyre Station. So pick an issue. Is it about suicide? Is it about vandalism? We think destroying, vandalizing Macra's equipment or equipment, whatever we see on the roadside, is not good for the development of this country. Many people, blah, 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 blah. But we think if we can protect our things, then you finish. So once we share the slides, you see the style here. If you want to write an opinion article. Key messages. I think we talked about the messages in the communication plan. Key messages are the most important things that you want to say. Think about your audience. Consider, write a paragraph or two detailing what you like to communicate. Sometimes just put the points. What is it that I want to communicate? Even when you want to do interviews, just write down. I think somebody said, come with some notes. Wisdom, yes. Come with some notes. Just write some key messages that you want, and then ukamabanga expand your written material. You know that you have included all your messages that you want to put across. Refine your messages. I think, let me skip this, but it's very important in terms of interviews, how we deal with interviews. So I will not touch on this because Wisdom talked about this. So in short, these colleagues are some tips to writing for PR. Make sure you have an aim. Think about the style, how you want to project your style in the writing, how you want to come across is the tone. Think about the content. The content is this thing. Effort ndupanga pano ndatenga cholembera chani, content yake ndi chani? Is it timely? Is it of human interest? Is it news? Does it have magnitude? It should pass that test of the news values. And then think about the form, Is it a tweet? Is it a story that I'm writing? So, any question on writing for PR? I'll finish my presentation.
Sorry, but can you just go back to the slide whereby you were talking about paragraph and like what to write on paragraph 1, paragraph 2?
Where? This one? This one? This one? Do we know an opinion piece? Do we know opinion piece? Opinion piece. Do we know an opinion piece? Who has a newspaper here? An opinion piece is malingaliro yako. You have a topic and you want to put an argument. It's not a story. A story imatenga format E. Even a feature, you could use this as a feature. But then when you say maybe you are OC, or it could be the police IG, or it could be you as a PRO talking about a certain issue in your area. So that is a blog. That is almost like an opinion, because it is your opinions that you want to put across. So tikatsekula news jatikaone pena vakalemba maitendo amabwera maatiko siyana siyana. It's an example where muntu waganiza kuti ndifuna ndilembe about suicide, ndifuna ndilembe about the importance of farming. So it's an opinion article. All right. Over to you.
I will not invite feedback immediately because we're not doing well on time. So I want us to go straight to Christopher, who is going to take us through the cyber security session. And then after that, we're going to have 10 minutes of questions around everything that has been said. Is that fair enough? Thank you. Christopher.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Julio Mulumve. Sorry, there was a mistake on the program. I'll be taking you through cybersecurity in Malawi, and particularly Malawi CERT. So just a quick recap. So far, we've heard about the transformation, the digital transformation of Malawi, the transformation of the nation into a digitally enabled. We've heard about the acts in cybersecurity. We've heard about the USF initiatives that are being done. And then we've heard about the stress on how MACRA is striving to have internet affordable and available everywhere. So now we're going to try look into cybersecurity. Of course, cybersecurity is a very wide topic, but then I'll try to be as brief as possible. So before I start, what is cybersecurity? So in simple terms, cybersecurity is nothing but the efforts being done to protect connected devices. So if we can relate this to everything we've been looking at so far, MACRA aims at making internet affordable and available everywhere. USF has been doing some initiatives whereby they're providing internet services in locations that it's not available. So with all these developments comes new challenges, such as cybercrime. That's why we need cybersecurity. So Malawi Set, I'm not sure, does everybody know what Malawi Set is in here? Or you're hearing it for the first time? First time, right? Malawi Set is an abbreviation for Malawi Computer Emergency Response Team. The relation between cybersecurity and Malawi Set will be seen in the presentation. All right, so the overview is I'll talk about the legal framework and strategy, national cybersecurity strategy, Malawi Set itself, incident reporting, common incidents in Malawi, Malawi Set and Malawi police relationship. All right, so the instruments that we have that are driving cybersecurity in Malawi are the Communications Act 2016, Electronic Transaction Act 2016. These were already tackled yesterday by Mr. Mulenga. I believe he had a special presentation particularly on these. And the National Cybersecurity Strategy. All right, so the strategy describes how, the National Cybersecurity Strategy describes how Malawi will ensure the secure, trusted, resilient, and safe cyberspace used by Malawi institutions and citizens. The strategy was adopted in 2019 and has been running from that time it's been running from 2019 since it was adopted for 5 years. And it's available online. So the strategy vision is a nation with a secure, trusted, resilient, and safe cyberspace that promotes a knowledge-based society and socio-economic development. The mission, to develop, deliver effective cybersecurity capacity, services, infrastructure that instills confidence in cyberspace. All right. So I can't dive deep down into the strategy because it's a very big document, but I'll just put out some key points in the strategy. So the key strategic goals are: 1, to identify and manage the critical information infrastructure of Malawi. Critical information infrastructure is nothing but the systems in Malawi that we identified and feel that if something was to happen to them or there's an outage in these systems, the economy or a large population would be impacted and would feel it. Develop and enhance security-related capacity, infrastructure, legal, regulatory, and other related frameworks. Promote awareness, information sharing, and collaboration on cybersecurity. Enable and continuously improve the safety of vulnerable groups in cyberspace, especially the safety of children. Enhance and coordinate the fights against all forms of cybercrimes. Promote the use of cyberspace to drive socio-economic development. So those are the key strategic goals in the National Cybersecurity Strategy. So now back to Malawi Set. Malawi Set, Malawi Computer Emergency Response Team, abbreviated as Malawi Set or MW Set, is a unit within MACRA tasked with providing support in preventing and responding to cybersecurity incidents to its defined constituency. Malawi Set was established in pursuant to Section 6 of the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act 2016 of the laws of Malawi to serve as a base for national coordination in response to cybersecurity threats. So now I think we can see the connection between cybersecurity and Malawi Set. Malawi Set was entrusted to act as a base for coordination for all cybersecurity matters in Malawi. Our key stakeholders, Malawi Set. Malawi Police Service, Malawi Defense Force, National Intelligence Service, and the media. In yesterday's presentation, I believe, during the presentation of the acts, we learned that we do have limitations. As MACRA, Malawi State is under MACRA, so as MACRA, we do have limitations in what we can do. So we can't prosecute crimes. That's why our key stakeholders are the Malawi Police Service, Malawi Defense Force, National Intelligence, because certain incidents or certain cyber crimes that might be carried out are pushed to them because they have the power to follow through them. But then the media is another key stakeholder because information is very powerful. Misinformation misinformation can have severe consequences in an economy or as a nation as a whole, right? So this is why we work hand in hand with these ones, especially the media and the other security agencies as our key stakeholders. But then furthermore, we do have other stakeholders, but then these are the key ones. We've got the academia, we work with them. We have ISPs, we work with them, because all these people are key in ensuring cybersecurity in Malawi. Who do we serve? All government organizations, critical information infrastructure operators. I think I defined critical information infrastructure. These are the people that own systems that if anything was to happen to them, there'll be a severe consequence, or the nation would feel it, the impact. For example, let's say an example of a critical information system would be Mbamba. If Mbamba was to be done for 1 week or even 2 days, I'm sure almost everybody in here would notice and feel that, something is wrong. Private companies and residents of Malawi. These are the people we serve. The services, okay. Without getting too technical, these are the services Malawi SET provides. We provide information security event management. Simply put, Malawi SET, we monitor events that are happening internally in the country and maybe our border countries, our neighbor countries, right? And then we try and see if those incidents, right, might affect us. Knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer covers awareness raising, trainings, exercises, and advisories that we provide to the people we serve, our constituency. Information security and incident management. We receive incidents, we register incidents, analyze them, and coordinate the incidents until the closure of that incident once it's been registered. Vulnerability management system. Vulnerability management system involves us doing research on let me explain vulnerabilities, right? Vulnerabilities are nothing but weaknesses in the systems we have in Malawi. So vulnerability management is us doing the research and discovering the vulnerabilities in these systems so that we can notify the owners of these systems to fix them, to avoid any cyber incidences. Situational awareness. Situational awareness involves us processing and communicating different situational information. For example, let's say something is happening. We have international partners we work with. For example, something is happening outside the world. To normal people or to us people, we might not feel that this is important information. But then we forget that these systems we're using in Malawi, they're all coming from those countries. So those systems are vulnerable out there. They might as well be vulnerable in Malawi as well. So we aim at looking at them and then advising the people that these systems have these vulnerabilities, these weaknesses, fix them to avoid them from being hacked or anything like that. Digital forensic. This service covers the collection of forensically sound evidence, analyzing and reporting with the objective for it to be suitably admissible in the court. Right. These services Malawi provides, some of them might not be directly benefited by the general public in Malawi. But then, in one way or another, they're indirectly benefiting from them. For example, information security event management. We usually deal with CIIs, the critical information structure holders. For example, Mpamba. We advise them that these systems might have a weakness, fix it. Because we know if something happens to that system, it's not them who suffers, it's the people who suffer. So yeah, so some of the services might not be directly, but then some services that are directly, that people can directly benefit from are incident management, whereby people can report incidents, and then we try to our best effort to help coordinate and resolve those incidents. Situational awareness, I think we work hand in hand with the consumer department within MACRA, communications department within MACRA, whereby we have awareness on cybersecurity related issues in Malawi. And knowledge transfer, we work, this is knowledge transfer. We have such meetings, workshops, whereby we share knowledge on cybersecurity-related issues. Incident reporting. Incidents can be reported to Malawi SET through the following communication channels: via email at reporting@mwset.mw, or through walk-in at our office in General Corner at Makra, or the incidents can be registered via the website www.mwset.mw. That's the website where incidents can be reported. Okay. Let me stress one more issue on the incidents, right? It's not that all incidents are non-criminal of nature. Some can be criminal and some can be non-criminal. As Malawi SET, we do not handle criminal incidents because we don't have the power to do so. So such incidents are always pushed over to the rightful authorities to process them. Though we're always encouraging people to report incidences because this information is very important for us to carry out our duties. For example, people might report incidents for mobile fraud crimes. That's a crime. Obviously, we don't have the power to process mobile fraud crimes, but the information helps us to strategically plan and strategically plan awareness initiatives and other initiatives to protect people from such incidents. The common incidents that are usually reported: mobile fraud. I'm sure everybody in here has heard of mobile fraud. Somebody at least has gone through this mobile fraud. Fake news and web-based defacement. These are the top 3 incidents we receive. Malawi SET and the Malawi police relationship. We work hand in hand with Malawi police cybercrime units. For, as I said, some incidents are criminal in nature and we don't have the power to prosecute them, so they're pushed to them. We usually work on incident handling and capacity building with the police, but we have trainings regarding on cybersecurity issues and the like. Other initiatives are efforts being done by MACRA in fighting cyber-related crimes. Ongoing capacity building for law enforcement. MACRA has been carrying out capacity building with law enforcement on cybersecurity topics, whereby we're trying to build the capacity so that everybody is aware. Establishment of a digital forensic lab for the Malawi police. I think we heard yesterday that MACRA is establishing a digital forensic lab for the Malawi police. Facilitating the establishment of an MTF cybersecurity unit. Those are other projects underway. MACRA is a member of the multi-stakeholder committee on mobile fraud, the initiatives that are happening in tackling the mobile fraud issue. Ongoing awareness on cybersecurity. We're constantly in contact with stakeholders and the general public, keeping them aware of the current and new trends in cybersecurity, cybercrimes and cybersecurity issues. And Facebook collaboration. MACRA is a recognized contact point with Facebook, whereby we've been handling issues of identity fraud on Facebook and fake news. And with that brief presentation, thank you.
Questions? Yes, please.
Okay, you have discussed about cybersecurity. I think the discussion went further to touch issues of threats to do with systems or maybe websites, etc. I wanted to know, I think one of the roles of MACRA, you have a department whereby you do regulating domain addresses. For example, .mw, .ed, .us, etc. But here in Malawi, we have so many websites. For example, mikozi.com, umatadeire, or some other .com domains. Do you regulate these ones? Because in my observation, I've seen that most scammers do create websites that have got e-commerce systems or maybe web applications that can be used to scam people via social media through links. Like, for example, Panova, there is what people are calling it end of the year or New Year Airtel bonuses. You can get 10 GB. The website, the domain address looks exactly like something legit from Airtel, but which is not. When you click it, you might be a victim of cybercrime. So how do you do, or how are you dealing with this kind of scammers? Do you regulate that? And secondary is to do with the presentation to do with PR campaign planning. I observed that most of the content in the plans were in English. So in terms of messaging, I'm yet to be educated. I just wanted to explore. Is it not possible to have specific messages? For example, if our audience is the local people from Kumidzi, are these guys not worthy the language? Right? For example, in Machinga, can we craft messages that in Yao and actually show it in the communication plan that the message will sound in Yao, will be crafted in this way, the actual Yao language? And also, another thing in terms of the strategies, endorsement of messages to do with any other PR campaign. Let's say human trafficking. Is it not plausible to get survivors or maybe someone who has experienced human trafficking? They have the experience. This is how it feels, this is how it goes when you are trafficked. So they are part and parcel of the strategy as you are implementing your PR campaigns, so that people should be able to relate. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are 3 questions. Can I get 2 final ones and then we move? You got your question, right? Okay.
My question will be much on social media in terms of fake news. Maybe to observe better, on Facebook there are almost maybe pages for Times, maybe Times TV, you find Times 360, maybe 3 or 4 pages that will depict the same name like Times. And then the other page, the original page, maybe they will not be pasting stories, and then the other ones will be the fake ones that are run by other people. That one will be the ones who will be updating maybe news and other fake news. Maybe as Makra, what are you doing so that maybe we should make sure that there are only fake, there are only authentic pages that are on social media to be updating news, other than those that are fake, in terms of that context for the media houses?
Okay.
My question is, I just want to know, since this communication is very vital, is on a nationwide, according to the explanation that have been presented, it shows that only some organization, and including Malawi Police and the other companies, those are the only main company that the Makra are dealing with in a way that they want to deal with cyber crimes. But for the look of the things, it shows that most of the people, most of the victims that are being affected with these cybercrime cases are people who are in different local areas, because as we are looking into technology right now, most of the people in the villages, they are now having smartphones. They are able to access a lot of information through smartphone. So my question is there any communication that have been put in place so that it can be able to reach to those people? Because we are talking about the Facebook stuff.
Okay. The one last hand.
Yeah, for the look of things, as long as cybersecurity is concerned, here in Malawi more especially, to do with cybersecurity here in Malawi, it has come maybe just because of the advancements of technology, which is a barrier somehow to those people in rural areas, whereby they don't know what is it all about. So in other sense, I might say, before we come up maybe with the approach to reach those people out there, can't we have some sort of sensitization, at least to make those people out there to get what we are trying to give them, before maybe we come up with those penalties we have just rent through our workshop? So my question was like, here in Malawi, how are we going to reach those people who are out there? Just because, as I have said, it has come just because of the advancement of technology, of which those people there, they even don't know what they are doing on the media, more especially Facebook. Because we are saying this, and here in Malawi, this cybersecurity, and even people are committing offenses there without knowing what they are doing.
Okay, so is MACRA sensitizing the populace on cybersecurity issues? Do you also, excuse me, regulate the other domains like the .coms and so on? Yeah, you got the questions on there, and then there were questions that were to Ben on writing for PR and of course campaign planning. Do you want to start?
Sure, I can start. And while his question will be answered by MACRA, I also feel there's a role. That is why we were talking about communication campaign planning. Because if you see Urigudera one and Hakuberedwa Wambiri, and those are crimes taking place, only that they are technological linked crimes, they are cyber crimes. That is your role, to develop a campaign. But also, maybe it could make sense this to be a national campaign. So you work with the national PRO office that, how about we do this campaign? So I think that is why probably we came here to have this meeting like this, because some of these things can be addressed through communication campaigns. So while MACRA will do their job in sensitizing, you have seen that in Chito Tui, to develop campaigns. So you could work with MACRA again now. So you see. Yeah. So language. You see, when you are developing the communication campaigns, there is a lot of time you need to spend on a research about your audiences. And that will inform my audience English Salangula. Why should your campaign be in English? You know, it doesn't make sense. If your campaign is in Mango, targeting rural areas, your campaign probably will be written in English just for your benefit, but it will be executed in Chichewa. So know your audience, know where he is. And I think I showed some pictures. Know who you do it. And then you know where to find them. You know in which language to talk to them. So you are not restricted. Be innovative, use any language possible, know how you can reach those people. I think you survivors, why not? Yeah, that makes the story even more authentic. So instead of you wasting your time talking about victims, just bring the victim. And Hagamon, Mozambique, it will be more credible, people will likely listen to them. So yeah. Go ahead and experiment on all those. You can use those as as people, as you can work with them to put your messages across.
Thank you. Whether you want that local language in the campaign document itself, that's dependent on what language you use in your offices, because that's an internal document, right? Oh, you have a microphone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, I think in a way, the issue of sensitization is one of the key issues in all these aspects. As MACRA, yes, we are trying to do sensitization, and maybe, let me say, even in the strategy, National Cybersecurity Strategy, issue of awareness was put as a key issue, which need to be done as in the country. However, while we are doing, I think we may all know that the awareness, it should be a multi-stakeholder approach. I think everyone needs to take part, even you as police, as I think Benson has also said. This is an issue which is an ongoing that need to be taken. So, sensitization is very key, even to the local people everywhere. It's very important. Now it relates to the, I think someone asked about the scammer is using maybe registering a domain, maybe they say .com, okay. Do MACRA regulate .com? No, mainly it's .mw. However, I would say you have just mentioned on that one, but you know, scammers use many means. Example, you can get a phishing email, and then you click, and then maybe you can be scammed in different ways. However, you look at this, it's like issue of awareness still comes on. Cyber hygiene. How do you know that this is a legit website? This is a legit email which I'm receiving. Should I click on it and all those? So awareness still comes on. People need to be aware on how best to surf on the internet, the precautions they need to take place to be taken on board when you are surfing the internet. On the Facebook, I think issue of some maybe like you produce a similar copy of an online page or so. Facebook has a page or an initiative they call Government, Politics and Advocacy. If you type facebook.com/GPA, you should be able to see that page. That purpose is they encourage institutions, if they have the account, Facebook account, to do a verification process and register there, whereby now that account you have a blue tick. I think some of us have seen that. You have a blue tick somewhere. That is an initiative where Facebook has put in place. So once you verify that, if someone can do a copy of you, it can be noted using that blue tick. So basically, that's some of the issues that Facebook has put in place to try to protect online maybe account or content which you are putting. I hope maybe I've tried to handle maybe on the other awareness. I don't know.
Thank you, Chris. On awareness, there is a communication strategy that has got a targeted audience and groups, and Malawi has been segmented in various categories. The police is also there, and we've also been meeting already other sectors of the categories. We are also very soon going to roll out a strategy, and we are getting support from Cyber for Development and we are still in talks. They're drawing a budget on how they can also come in to assist us, because they are sharing how other countries have also rolled out a set in various sectors. DG, you want to come?
So the .mw resource, it is a naming and numbering resource, which is a national resource, and MACRA, through the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act, was given the powers to manage that resource on behalf of the country. And MACRA, in turn, has licensed a manager who now technically handles that. That is Malawi STNP. We are encouraging local businesses to use .mw for the purposes of identifying Malawian businesses and Malawian content on the internet. We are aware that the cost of .mw, which is about 50,000 kwacha per year, is on the higher side compared to .com. .com is about 10,000 kwacha. So we've started a process of engaging SDNP to reduce that cost, so that we don't have mikozi.com, but we should have mikozi.mw. So that's as far as what regulating that space would entail. But the internet is a free space. No one regulates the internet. The internet is, to an extent, a self-regulating space. So as MACRA, we cannot regulate the content, and this is why you find that there's all sorts of content on the internet, sports, news, entertainment, pornographic, and all sorts of things are thrown into the internet. So what we need to do and to concentrate on is to raise the awareness, so that more people are aware that when you go on the internet, there is no police officer or who will stop you in going into a certain lane. But what you do as a person on the internet, you can be liable, because remember, the moment you touch the wire, you leave a trail. So you cannot use zigoba, kumanyoza, and tujanchani. No. We are able to track you. You can be found. You cannot use Facebook to cause civil unrest with using a parody account and thinking that you can go scot-free. So anything that uses technology, the moment you touch a mobile phone or you touch a computer or a laptop, just know that you're leaving footprints, and those footprints can always be traced back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, for that addition. At this moment, I think I would want to give back to Zadziko for the next session, but on behalf of Ben, I want to thank each one of you. You've been a beautiful audience. I think you deserve a hand. That level of participation and what have you made this particular workshop a success. And thanks again, MACRA, police as an institution, for organizing this first ever interaction, hoping it's going to become an annual event. Thank you so much, and bon appetit.
Let's clap hands for the facilitators once again. This time, let me ask the MACRA Director General, Mr. Daud Suleiman, to come in front, and also the President for the PR Association to come again. I think you stand there. And the Sad, where is Sad? Okay. Can somebody get the camera? Let me. Yeah. This is time for certificates. So the Director General, I think Mkareo has overstanding the. Yeah. So the Director General will issue certificates to the most successful candidates. Were there any distinctions?
I think so. It's indicated on the certificate.
It's indicated on the certificates. I'll call out few names, and then you come line up here, and then you'll be taking one by one. Sub-Inspector Amos Tione from Cholo. Sergeant Agnes Zirakoma Nsanje. Sergeant Innocent Moses Mulanja. Please come forward. Who is not around? Okay. Come. Listen. Jimmy Kapanga Palombe. That's Agnes Zilakom. Yeah, Amos. Innocent. Azijogera ugwe?
Azijogera ugwe.
Okay, and Hazi, yoga kaleo. Yeah. The Amos. Okay. Innocent Moses. Jimmy Kapanga, Kapanja. Yeah. Dixon Matemba, Chisomo Sinos, Rebecca Kashot. Rhea Kambalame, Cosmas Kagulo. Dixon Matemba Sanabwele. You are? Let's go. And you? Hey, how can I forget? Rebecca? Rhea Kambalame? Rhea? Cosmas Kagula? Okay. Joseph Sauka? Edith Kachota? Patricia Cipriano? Joseph Sauka? Edith Kachota? Edith Kachota? Patricia Cipriano? Tionge Kaenda? Emina Daud? Aaron Chilala? Please hurry up. Tionge? Amina Daud? Aaron Chilala? Western Kansile? Ngwashape Nsume? Aaron Chilala? Western Kansile. Chisomo Potani, Mpatso Muntali, Vincent Kapichi. Chisomo Potani? Chisomo? Okay. We have Chisomo Potani? You can go. Vincent Kapichi, Alice Schali. Yeah. Mpatso Muntali. Edwin Kaunda. Vincent Kapichi. Kapichi? Edwin Kaunda. Patricia Musa, Beatrice Mikua. Sorry. Patrick Musa. I was thinking of Patricia. I don't know. Beatrice Mikua, Peter Mchiza. Patrick Musa. Sorry, Patrick. And you? Okay. Beatrice Mikua, Peter Mchiza, Kelvin Nyirenda. You're Peter?
Yes, I'm Peter.
Peter. Kelvin Nyirenda. Wisdom Shane, Austin Kamwendo. Obre Singanyama. Wisdom? Wisdom, yeah. Austin?
Yes.
Okay. Obre? Wisdom? Austin. Obre. Okay. Maxwell Jailos, Hope Kasagula, Jonathan Filippo. Maxwell Jailos. Maxwell. Okay. Hope. Jonathan. Hobson Potani, Ive Mwalabu. Hope Potani. We need to fix that. Ive Mwalabu. Alipo amene watsalira? Okay. DG, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope that the past 2 days have been days filled with a lot of new knowledge. I hope that we will leave this place re-energized, and most importantly is to ensure that what we have learnt, we put it to good use. The growth of the digital space requires that we are quick on our toes and we're quick on our feet in ensuring that we are the first ones to provide the right information. If we delay the propaganda machine and the lies machine, it moves very, very quickly, and therefore you find that misinformation becomes to be the truth. We are in this together, as I mentioned yesterday, and as I made the commitment before the IG, that MACRA will continue to be in a partnership with Malawi Police Service. Issues to do with capacity development as well as technical assistance are things that we are going to be very happy to come to your assistance. This is the first of many engagements that we're going to have. We hope that none of us drops the ball along the way, because a well-informed nation will be a nation that will help us to steer our economy, even to steer our psychological well-being. Therefore, look at this as a partnership that will keep growing. As you grow, we will also be growing. So with those few remarks, I would like to wish you all travel messes as you head back home, but be assured that we'll meet again shortly. Next week we're in Lilongwe and Zuzu to do the same thing with your colleagues. Let me also wish you a very happy 2023, and I hope that you've made some good resolutions, and may God see to it that you achieve the best in the year. Thank you very much.
And lastly, I'll call Senior Superintendent Peter Kalaya to close with a prayer, and then Tileke will come with any housekeeping issues. Mr. Kalaya.
Thank you. I have been called to offer a closing prayer, and the DG has already closed, so I will not say much. Maybe just a word on behalf of the Malawi Police Service, and indeed on behalf of these participants. I would like to thank MACRA and Public Relations Society of Malawi for the facilitation, and MACRA for the support and making sure that this training is possible. Let's bow our heads down and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon. Thank you for the time that you have been with us for the past 2 days. You looked upon us from the moments we left our different homes, and you have been with us here, guiding us in everything that we have done. For that we say thank you. As we depart this place, we are going into different directions. We ask for your traveling mercies. Thank you for everything, and we believe we will go and reach our destinations safely. We are about to partake lunch, the food that has been prepared. We ask you to bless it so that our bodies benefit from it rightly. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Lunch will be served in the same place, Sochi 3. Some few people gave us wrong accounts, so please come forward so that we can correct the accounts. And if there's anyone who maybe has queries, can contact us. Thank you.
Hello. Tati ntidile pangono, just a minute. There's something that we want to communicate. Just a minute.